why society has more and more toxic people. Everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves. Carl Jung's profound words remind us that the darkness we see in the world is often a reflection of the unresolved shadows within the human psyche. If you have felt like society is becoming increasingly hostile, or that you are encountering more toxic personalities in your daily life, you are not imagining it, but the reason might be deeper than you think. Today, on Spiritual Wisdom, we are going to explore the psychological roots of this rising toxicity, and more importantly, how you can protect your peace and use these challenges to fuel your own spiritual growth. Before we dive in, I have a question for you. Have you noticed a shift in how people treat one another lately? Let me know your experiences in the comments below. I read every single one. And if you are ready to reclaim your power, make sure to like this video and subscribe to join our community of seekers. 1. The 3 main drivers of toxicity. Have you ever walked through a crowded street or scrolled through your social media feed and felt an overwhelming sense of exhaustion, not from physical exertion, but from the sheer weight of the abrasive energy surrounding you? It often feels as though the world has become a theater of hostility, where patience is a forgotten relic and kindness is viewed as a weakness, leaving us to wonder why modern society seems to be drowning in an ever-rising tide of toxic behavior. This is not merely a perception, but a reflection of a profound psychological shift, a darkening of the collective unconscious that Carl Jung might have warned us against, where the very soul of humanity is being buried beneath layers of noise and artifice. To understand this disturbing trend, we must look beyond the surface of rude encounters and peer into the deep, often uncomfortable roots of our modern condition, specifically examining 3 major drivers that are dismantling our capacity for genuine connection. The first, and perhaps most pervasive driver, is a deepening state of emotional numbness, and what can only be described as emotional illiteracy. We exist in an era where modern life is relentlessly overstimulated, bombarding our senses with a ceaseless stream of information and noise that leaves us no sanctuary for silence. In this chaos, people have lost the vital ability to simply sit with their own discomfort or process complex emotions, choosing instead the path of least resistance, avoidance, and blame shifting, rather than engaging in the difficult work of self-reflection, which is the cornerstone of any true spiritual awakening. Many retreat into a defensive shell, creating a generation of adults who can fiercely argue opinions but possess no language to articulate their actual feelings. When challenged, they default immediately to an aggressive survival mode, lashing out not because they are evil, but because they are emotionally illiterate, unable to read the map of their own interior landscape. As we navigate this terrain, we slide seamlessly into the second driver, which is the pervasive culture of instant gratification. We are living in a world designed for fast validation and constant entertainment, a reality that has brewed a dangerous concoction of speed and entitlement. This rapid-fire existence erodes the patience required for deep character building, fostering a mindset where people feel they deserve rewards without the accompanying effort or sacrifice. This sense of entitlement is the antithesis of true spirituality, which demands patience and humility. Instead, the modern mind favors manipulation and shortcuts, viewing other human beings not as souls to connect with, but as obstacles or tools to be used for quick satisfaction. These toxic traits are essentially childish demands magnified by adult capabilities, creating a society that values the quick win over the long, arduous journey of integrity. This hunger for the immediate leads us inevitably to the third driver, the performance of personality. Society has shifted its reward system to favor surface-level identity over the dense, rich substance of inner character, encouraging us to curate a brand of confidence rather than doing the work to develop true, unshakable self-worth. Because so many are merely performing a personality, wearing what Jung would call a heavy persona, they live in a constant terrified state of vulnerability, fearing that a single crack in their armor will reveal the emptiness inside. They attack others to protect the facade, unaware that their toxicity is a defense mechanism for a soul that is starving for authenticity. True healing, and indeed a genuine spiritual awakening, can only begin when we drop this performance, stop seeking instant rewards, and learn the language of our own emotions, stepping out of the toxic noise and into the quiet strength of wisdom. Are you ready to break free from the cycle of unconsciousness? If so, comment below. I stand strong to declare that you will no longer let outside forces control your mind. 2. Why the environment fuels it. Have you ever looked around and wondered why it feels like the world is becoming increasingly crowded with difficult, aggressive, or downright toxic people? It is not just your imagination, nor is it merely bad luck. There are profound environmental and psychological forces at play that are actively fueling this shift in human behavior, and understanding them is crucial for your own spirituality and peace of mind. One of the most significant culprits is the digital landscape we inhabit, specifically how algorithms reward conflict. Social media platforms are designed to capture attention, and unfortunately, anger is the most potent currency online, promoting the loudest, most aggressive voices above those of reason or compassion. When bad behavior gets immediate attention and engagement, it reinforces a dangerous subconscious message to the individual. This works. Do more of it. This feedback loop creates a society where the shadow self, the darker, unintegrated part of the psyche that Carl Jung warned us about, is not only unleashed, but celebrated, pulling us further away from true spiritual development. As we navigate this digital noise, we also face a fundamental shift in how human connection functions, specifically regarding the erosion of consequences. In the past, we lived in tighter-knit communities where your reputation mattered. The village held people accountable, and if you acted with toxicity, you faced immediate social repercussions that forced you to reflect and correct your behavior. Today, that safety net of accountability has dissolved, allowing toxic individuals to burn bridges and simply move to a new job, a new social circle, or a new online platform without ever looking inward. Without the social cost of bad behavior, there is no incentive to change, and this lack of accountability stagnates the soul, preventing the necessary friction that leads to genuine growth and maturity. This lack of external boundaries feeds directly into a frightening internal condition where fragility masquerades as strength. We are witnessing a rise in people who are becoming psychologically fragile or thin-skinned, yet they maintain dangerously high egos to protect that vulnerability. This combination is volatile, because when someone feels powerless and small on the inside, they do not seek to build true inner strength. Instead, they try to seize power from others through control, bullying, or manipulation. It is a desperate attempt to compensate for a lack of spiritual grounding, where the ego builds a fortress to hide its own weakness. True spirituality requires the courage to be vulnerable and the strength to face one's own flaws. But the modern environment encourages the exact opposite: a hard shell of arrogance protecting a hollow interior. By recognizing these patterns, you can stop taking their behavior personally and realize that their toxicity is a symptom of their own spiritual disconnection, allowing you to remain centered, compassionate, and detached from the chaos they create. If this message spoke to your spirit, claim your power against the environment. My inner light is stronger than the darkness around me. I walk my path with wisdom. 3. The toxic delusion. You have likely found yourself in a situation where you look at a difficult person in your life and wonder how they can possibly justify their hurtful behavior. And this brings us to perhaps the most critical insight you will ever learn regarding human psychology and spiritual wisdom, which is that most toxic people do not actually realize they are toxic. It is essential for your own peace of mind that you understand they are not walking around thinking of themselves as villains in your story, but rather they are operating under a profound illusion where they genuinely believe they are merely defending themselves against a hostile world. When you witness their aggression or their sudden outbursts, you must realize that in their internal narrative, they view this hostility as standing up for their truth, confusing their emotional dysfunction with strength and mistaking their lack of impulse control for assertiveness. As the great Carl Jung once profoundly stated, people will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own soul. And this is exactly what is happening in our modern society, where self-reflection is becoming increasingly rare. Because these individuals completely lack self-awareness, they are unable to see their own shadow, that hidden part of the psyche where their insecurities and dark impulses reside. And instead of facing it, they project it onto you. This is why, when you attempt to set a healthy boundary to protect your energy, they do not see it as a reasonable request for space, but rather they view it as a deep personal betrayal. And when you offer a simple disagreement, they perceive it as a vicious attack on their very identity. This creates a confusing dynamic where you might try to use logic or reason to explain your feelings, yet they remain impervious to your words because they are trapped in a cycle of victimhood where they are always the martyr and never the aggressor. In the realm of spiritual wisdom, we understand that this is a state of unconsciousness, a deep sleep where the ego is in the driver's seat, frantically trying to protect a fragile self-image by rewriting reality to suit its needs. You must remember that their behavior is not a reflection of your worth, but a symptom of their own internal war. For as Carl Jung also reminded us, everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves. Yet the toxic person has not yet begun this journey of understanding. They cling to their version of reality because the alternative, admitting they are flawed and have caused harm, is too painful for their ego to bear. Consequently, as society encourages more narcissism and less introspection, we see a rise in these behaviors. where people equate being loud with being right and mistake silence for weakness. To navigate this, you do not need to fix them, for that is an impossible task, but rather you must anchor yourself in the truth that their delusion does not have to become your reality. By recognizing that their attacks are merely their own unhealed traumas projected outward, you can detach with compassion, stepping out of their chaotic storm and remaining centered in your own authentic power. This understanding allows you to stop taking their unconscious actions personally, freeing you from the burden of trying to explain yourself to someone who is committed to misunderstanding you. And ultimately, it empowers you to walk your own path with clarity, leaving the toxic delusion behind as you embrace a life of genuine awareness and peace. 4. The solution: clarity over control. In a world that feels increasingly fractured, you may have noticed a disturbing rise in individuals who seem to thrive on chaos and emotional manipulation, leaving you exhausted and searching for answers. It is a profound burden to carry the weight of trying to heal someone who refuses to be healed. Yet this is the trap so many empathetic souls fall into. We often believe that if we just explain ourselves better, if we offer enough logic, or if we pour out enough love, we can fix the toxic behaviors of those around us. However, true spirituality teaches us that this is an illusion. The harsh but liberating truth you must accept is that you cannot fix these people because their toxicity is not a simple misunderstanding, but rather a desperate defense mechanism designed to protect a fragile identity that cannot survive honesty. They are essentially guarding a house of cards that would collapse the moment they took accountability for their actions. And because their entire psychological survival depends on maintaining this false facade, they will fight tooth and nail to preserve it. Consequently, when you attempt to confront them with the truth or force them to see reason, you are not merely engaging in an argument. You are perceived as a threat to their very existence. This understanding shifts your perspective entirely, leading you to a pivotal realization in your own journey of spirituality. The only winning strategy is to move from a desire to control the outcome to a state of absolute clarity. You must cease the exhausting battle of trying to change their nature and instead choose to understand the mechanics of their behavior without becoming entangled in it. Your strategy must be one of non-reaction, for you must realize that toxic individuals feed on your emotional energy. They require your confusion, your anger, and your desperate attempts to defend yourself to validate their own distorted reality. When you react, you inadvertently hand them the power they crave, confirming that they can control your emotional state. Therefore, the antidote to their poison is your own unshakable self-awareness, which acts as an impenetrable shield. Instead of stepping into the ring to fight a battle that was never yours to begin with, you stand back as an observer, grounded in the knowledge of who you are. As you undergo a spiritual awakening, you begin to see that their behavior is a projection of their own internal war, and it has nothing to do with your worth or your reality. When you remain grounded, clear, and emotionally independent, you starve the toxic dynamic of the fuel it needs to burn. They thrive on the murky waters of confusion and gaslighting, but they wither in the stark light of your indifference and clarity. By refusing to engage in their manufactured dramas, you do not just protect your peace, you dismantle their power to manipulate your reality. This is not about passivity. It is about the active preservation of your soul. You are no longer a victim of their unconscious projections, but a sovereign being who understands that the highest form of power is not controlling others, but possessing such deep clarity that their chaos can no longer touch you. In this space of clarity, you find the freedom that you have been seeking, realizing that the man or woman who does not need to control others is the one who has finally mastered themselves. To affirm your release of the illusion of control, declare your peace. Comment below, "I choose clarity," to anchor yourself in wisdom and inspire others to let go of the chaos. Ultimately, the rise in toxicity we see in society is not just an external event. It is a reflection of our collective shadow. As Carl Jung taught us, the world only changes when the individual changes. By refusing to look inward, we project our own darkness outward, creating the very chaos we fear. The antidote to a toxic society isn't fighting the world. It is the courage to face yourself and integrate your own shadow. If this message resonated with you, please help us spread this light. Hit the like button, share this video with someone who needs to hear it, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming videos on your journey towards self-discovery. Thank you for watching, and remember, he who looks outside dreams. He who looks inside awakes. You will never die. Alan Watts and the Illusion of the End. Trying to define yourself is like trying to bite your own teeth. Alan Watts once said, and in that single insight, he revealed how deeply misunderstood the idea of death truly is. In this video on Spiritual Wisdom, You Will Never Die, Alan Watts and the Illusion of the End, we explore how the fear of endings quietly shapes our thoughts, choices, and happiness, and how seeing beyond this illusion can transform the way you live right now. As you listen, ask yourself, what would change in my daily life if I no longer feared the end, but trusted the continuity of existence? Share your thoughts in the comments and stay with us as we uncover a perspective that can bring clarity, peace, and a deeper sense of personal growth into your everyday life. 1. The myth of permanence. The belief in fixed, permanent entities is one of the most deeply rooted myths of human culture. Yet it quietly collapses the moment we observe life honestly. What we often call stability is merely a pattern that changes slowly enough for the mind to label it as solid. In reality, everything in the universe exists in motion, including the human body and the sense of self that feels so familiar. The body is not a finished object, but a living process, continuously renewing itself as cells die and are replaced without pause. Even at the most fundamental level, atoms are never at rest. They vibrate, collide, and rearrange themselves in endless movement, revealing that what appears solid is actually dynamic energy shaped into temporary form. This same principle applies to the inner world of the mind. Thoughts, emotions, memories, and moods arise and fade like waves on the surface of the sea, or like weather patterns passing through the sky. No thought stays forever, no feeling remains unchanged, and no emotional state can be permanently held. Yet language creates the illusion that there must be a stable I behind these experiences, a fixed observer who owns them and remains untouched by their passing. Alan Watts pointed out that this idea of a permanent self is not a discovered truth, but a linguistic habit, a convenient way of speaking that simplifies communication while quietly distorting reality. When we say, "I think," or "I feel," it sounds as though there is a separate entity doing the thinking or feeling, but direct observation reveals only thinking and feeling happening on their own. Life, then, is not something one possesses like an object that can be gained or lost. Life is what one fundamentally is. Alan Watts used the metaphor of the ocean to illustrate this truth. The ocean does not have wetness as a property. It is wetness itself. In the same way, you do not have life. You are life in expression. This understanding sits at the heart of spirituality because it shifts attention away from ownership and toward participation. Rather than imagining yourself as a separate fragment struggling within the universe, you begin to recognize yourself as an activity of the universe itself, temporarily appearing as a body, a personality, and a story. Once the myth of a permanent self is questioned, the fear surrounding death begins to transform. If there is no fixed, unchanging entity inside you, then nothing truly dies in the absolute sense. What we call death is not an ending of life, but a change in form, a rearrangement within an ongoing process. Life does not stop. It continues in different patterns, just as a wave does not vanish when it collapses back into the ocean. It simply changes its shape. From this perspective, life is not a noun that can be defined and concluded, but a verb, an ever-unfolding movement, a continual becoming rather than a static being. This realization plays a crucial role in spiritual awakening because it loosens the grip of fear and attachment that comes from identifying with a fragile, imagined permanence. When you stop clinging to the idea of a solid I, you stop resisting change, and with that resistance gone, a deeper sense of peace emerges. You begin to experience yourself not as a thing moving through time, but as the movement itself, inseparable from the flow of existence. In this state, spirituality no longer revolves around escaping death or securing immortality for an individual self. Instead, it becomes a clear recognition that life has never been confined to a single form, and therefore has never truly been threatened by its disappearance. 2. The ego's greatest fear. The ego is simply the sense of being a separate self, a psychological boundary that divides me from the rest of life. And its deepest fear is not pain or loss, but extinction itself. The idea that this boundary could dissolve and the familiar identity it protects could disappear. This fear arises because the ego is built on separation, on the belief that it exists independently from the world around it, and anything that threatens this illusion feels like total annihilation. Alan Watts described this ego as an actor so absorbed in a role that it forgets it is acting, mistaking the character for the whole being. And from this limited viewpoint, death appears as the final curtain, an irreversible ending that confirms the ego's worst nightmare. Yet this fear is rooted in confusion, because the ego mistakes the role for the actor and assumes that when the performance ends, nothing remains. What actually comes to an end, however, is not the self in its deepest sense, but a temporary pattern of experience, a particular configuration of memories, habits, and self-images that once served a function. In Watts' words, the role ends, but the actor remains. The body changes, the personality dissolves, and the story you tell about who you are reaches its closing scene, but the underlying awareness that has been present through every moment of change does not vanish. When this insight moves beyond intellectual understanding and is genuinely felt, the fear of death begins to soften. Because death is no longer experienced as erasure, but as transformation. It becomes a changing of costume rather than the destruction of the stage itself. Another movement in the ongoing play of consciousness that has been unfolding long before this particular role appeared. This perspective is central to spirituality because it invites you to loosen your grip on a fixed identity and recognize that change has always been part of your existence. Everything you associate with yourself has already changed countless times. Your body has replaced its cells. Your thoughts have shifted. Your beliefs have evolved, and your roles in life have come and gone. Yet something has remained constant enough to witness all of it. Spiritual development deepens when you see that this witnessing presence is not threatened by change, but expressed through it. The ego resists this realization because it wants certainty and permanence. But life itself is movement, and clinging to static definitions only amplifies fear. When you begin to identify less with the rigid boundaries of the ego and more with the flowing process of experience, endings lose their terror and become meaningful transitions within a larger continuity. From this understanding, death no longer stands in opposition to life, but reveals its rhythm, showing that creation and dissolution are inseparable aspects of the same process. The practical message is not to deny fear or pretend that endings do not hurt, but to see clearly what is actually ending and what is not. You are invited to live with less defensive attachment to roles and more openness to transformation. To recognize that identity is something you participate in rather than something you own. The deeper lesson is that fear diminishes as awareness expands, and meaning grows when you stop demanding permanence from forms that were never meant to last. In this way, the ego's greatest fear becomes the doorway to insight, guiding you toward a lived understanding that what you truly are has always been larger than any single role, any single story, or any single ending. Have you ever noticed how your ego reacts to the idea of ending or losing control? If this message resonated with you, share your thoughts in the comments so we can learn from each other. And if you're ready to look beyond fear and see the illusion for what it is, simply comment, "I am not the ego." And let's walk this path of spiritual wisdom together. 3. Death, the ultimate taboo. Western culture has largely turned death into a forbidden subject, something to be avoided through polite language, euphemisms, and distance, as if refusing to name it could somehow lessen its reality. Yet this avoidance often deepens fear, rather than easing it, because what is hidden from conscious awareness tends to grow more powerful in the unconscious. In contrast, many cultures throughout history have understood that facing death directly can strip it of its terror and restore it to its proper place within life. Medieval Europe's tradition of memento mori did not exist to depress people, but to awaken them, using symbols of mortality as reminders that life is fleeting and therefore sacred, encouraging presence rather than despair. Mexico's Day of the Dead reflects a similar wisdom in a different form, where death is not treated as a cold ending, but as a continuing relationship, honored through color, ritual, and remembrance, allowing grief and joy to coexist without denial. Other traditions go even further by placing direct contemplation of death at the center of spiritual practice. Tibetan charnel ground meditations invite practitioners to observe impermanence without turning away, using the reality of decay to dissolve attachment to the ego and the illusion of permanence. Rather than producing nihilism, this confrontation often produces clarity and compassion because when death is seen clearly, it loses its power to dominate the mind. Alan Watts often emphasized that fear of death comes not from death itself, but from confusion about identity, reminding us that trying to define yourself is like trying to bite your own teeth, pointing to the impossibility of locating a separate, permanent self that could truly be destroyed. When death is approached in this way, it stops appearing as a final annihilation and instead becomes a perspective that sharpens awareness of life, revealing what truly matters and what can be released. Eastern philosophies such as Zen Buddhism and the Upanishads deepen this understanding by teaching that what dies first is the illusion of separateness, not the essence of being. These traditions suggest that beneath the surface identity you call me, there is a deeper continuity that does not begin at birth or end at death. A truth Alan Watts expressed when he said, "You are not a stranger here, but an expression of the same universe that forms stars, trees, and oceans." From this view, grief is not dismissed or minimized because loss is real at the human level. Yet grief is also understood to be shaped by misunderstanding, by the belief that death has erased something essential rather than transformed its form. When this belief softens, sorrow can coexist with reverence, love can remain without clinging, and death itself can be seen not as the enemy of life, but as one of its most profound teachers, offering spiritual wisdom that invites you to live more fully, love more honestly, and recognize that what you truly are was never separate enough to disappear. 4. Beyond the subject-object divide. The fear of death takes root in a subtle but powerful illusion. The belief that there is a clear, absolute boundary between me and everything else, as though the self were a sealed object moving through an external world. Alan Watts repeatedly emphasized that this assumption feels natural only because it is familiar, not because it is true. And when examined carefully, it begins to dissolve. Your body, for instance, is not a fixed entity, but a continuous exchange with its environment, breathing in air that moments ago was part of the sky, absorbing nutrients that once belonged to soil and sunlight, releasing heat, water, and matter back into the world. At no point can you draw a precise line and say, "Here I end and the universe begins," because the body is more like a crossroads of processes than a self-contained thing. This alone weakens the idea that death could be a final separation, since separation was never fully present to begin with. The same insight applies even more deeply to the mind, which people often assume to be the most personal and private aspect of identity. Thoughts, beliefs, values, and emotional patterns are shaped by language learned from others, memories formed through relationships, and cultural symbols inherited long before birth. What feels like an individual inner voice is actually a chorus of influences echoing through a single point of awareness. From this angle, the familiar subject-object divide The sense of a watcher inside observing a world outside reveals itself as a useful mental tool rather than an ultimate truth. It helps us navigate daily life, but it does not describe reality at its deepest level. Alan Watts called attention to this distinction to show that mistaking a practical concept for an absolute fact is precisely what generates existential fear. Because when you believe you are fundamentally separate, the idea of annihilation seems unavoidable. Once this illusion is questioned, an important implication naturally follows. If there is no real boundary separating you from the universe now, then there can be no true separation at death. Death cannot be a falling out of existence, because existence was never confined to a personal container. To clarify this, Watts often used simple metaphors that bypass abstract philosophy and speak directly to experience. One of the most striking is the image of a whirlpool in a flowing stream. A whirlpool appears to be a distinct object with a recognizable shape and location, yet it is nothing more than a temporary pattern formed by moving water. When the whirlpool fades, the water does not vanish. It continues downstream, rearranging itself into new forms. In the same way, what you call the self is a pattern of energy, memory, sensation, and awareness, temporarily organized, not a solid thing that can be destroyed. This metaphor points toward a deeper insight central to both spirituality and spiritual awakening. The self is a process, not an object. Processes do not die in the way fixed things do. They transform. Your heartbeat, breath, thoughts, and emotions are all movements, not possessions. And life itself is an activity the universe is performing through you. Alan Watts captured this elegantly when he said that you are not something separate from the world, but something the world is doing in a particular place and time, just as a wave is something the ocean is doing. When this is understood, death loses its image as a catastrophic ending and begins to resemble a change of rhythm, a shift in expression, rather than a negation of being. From this perspective, spirituality is no longer about clinging to the hope that a personal ego will survive unchanged, but about awakening to the truth that the ego was never the center of existence. Spiritual awakening occurs when the sense of isolation softens and is replaced by a felt understanding of continuity, where life and death are seen as phases within a larger movement rather than opposing absolutes. Fear diminishes not because uncertainty disappears, but because the question itself changes. Instead of asking, "What will happen to me when I die?" the deeper inquiry becomes, "What is this me that is always changing, always flowing, even now?" In seeing that the self is inseparable from the total process of nature, the illusion of a final end quietly dissolves, leaving behind a more expansive, grounded understanding of life as an ongoing transformation rather than a fragile possession that can be lost. Don't forget to subscribe for more spiritual wisdom inspired by Alan Watts, where we explore what lies beyond the subject-object divide and rediscover the deeper truth of who you really are. 5. The cosmic game of hide and seek. The universe can be understood as playing an immense cosmic game of hide and seek with itself, where consciousness deliberately disguises its true unity by appearing as countless separate forms. And when you contemplate this idea deeply, life begins to feel less like an accident and more like an intentional act of exploration. In this view, consciousness does not fracture by mistake, but chooses to experience limitation, individuality, and contrast so that existence can be known from the inside. And this is why many spiritual traditions suggest that separation is not the ultimate truth, but a temporary illusion that allows experience to unfold. Hindu philosophy expresses this insight through the ideas of Brahman and Leela, where Brahman represents the ultimate, indivisible reality, and Leela refers to the divine play in which this reality pretends to forget itself, taking on innumerable forms and stories. And when you see yourself through this lens, your life is not something happening to you, but something happening through you, as the universe explores itself from your unique point of view. Within this understanding, death no longer appears as a terrifying full stop, but as a natural shift in the rhythm of existence, similar to an actor stepping out of one role before entering another, or a player leaving the field only to rejoin the game in a different position. And this perspective does not demand belief, but invites reflection, asking you to examine whether the fear surrounding death comes from reality itself, or from the way the mind clings to a single identity. If consciousness can take on many forms, then ending one form does not imply the destruction of consciousness itself, but rather the completion of a particular expression. And this idea gently challenges the assumption that life is a straight line, beginning at birth and ending in nothingness. Seen this way, life is not a linear journey, but an ongoing play, where the true self is not confined to a single body or story, but is the entire universe expressing itself in endlessly creative ways. And when you identify only with your name, your role, or your memories, fear naturally arises because all forms are temporary. Yet when your sense of self expands beyond these limits, a deeper calm begins to emerge. This shift is central to spirituality because it moves awareness away from surface appearances and toward the underlying process that gives rise to them, reminding you that change is not a threat, but the very mechanism through which life remains alive. Death, then, becomes less like an erasure and more like an intermission, a pause that allows the play to continue, a costume change that keeps the performance dynamic. And when approached with this understanding, curiosity begins to replace dread. As your spiritual development deepens, you may notice that much of human suffering comes from resisting this flow, from trying to hold on to forms that are meant to change, whether they are identities, relationships, or even the body itself. And by recognizing that you are not a fragile fragment lost in a vast universe, but an expression of the universe itself, the need to cling starts to soften. This does not make life meaningless or detached, but more intimate and precious, because every experience becomes a temporary yet irreplaceable expression of the whole. In this light, spirituality is not about escaping life or denying death, but about learning to participate fully in the play, knowing that no single role defines the entirety of what you are, and spiritual development becomes the gradual remembrance that beneath all appearances, the same consciousness is always present, changing its masks, but never disappearing. 6. The eternal now. Time is usually understood as a straight line moving from the past through the present and into the future. Yet when you examine your own experience honestly, this way of seeing time begins to fall apart, because you never actually live in the past or the future at all. The past only appears as memory happening now, and the future only appears as imagination or anticipation happening now, which means every experience you have ever had, are having, or will ever have exists only in the present moment. This simple observation, emphasized again and again in spiritual wisdom, and especially in the teachings of Alan Watts, quietly reveals that time as we usually think of it is more of a mental map than a lived reality. When you understand that experience always happens now, something profound shifts in the way you think about death. Death is commonly imagined as a future event waiting at the end of time, yet that future never arrives as an experience. You can imagine tomorrow, next year, or the moment of death itself, but all of those images appear right now, in this living moment. As Alan Watts often pointed out, the future is a concept, it doesn't exist. And this means death, as something you will experience, is also a concept. No one ever experiences being dead. What people experience is being alive, right up until experience itself ends. In this sense, death is a story told by the mind about a moment that never actually shows up in direct awareness. Mystics across cultures have expressed this insight by redefining eternity, not as endless time stretching forward forever, but as freedom from time altogether. Eternity is not more moments added together. It is the depth of the present moment fully lived. When you are completely present, time loosens its grip, and you notice that life is always fresh, always happening, always new. This is why spiritual traditions emphasize awakening to the present rather than escaping into some imagined future salvation, because the present moment is the only place where life, awareness, and meaning can actually be found. At the heart of this realization is the understanding that what you essentially are is not confined to time. Your body clearly moves through time, changes, ages, and eventually ends. But the awareness that notices these changes does not age in the same way. You can remember being a child, a teenager, and an adult. Yet the sense of I am, watching those memories, feels strangely unchanged. Alan Watts often used this observation to point beyond identification with the body, reminding us that you are something the whole universe is doing in the same way that a wave is something the whole ocean is doing. In other words, your deepest identity is not a temporary object traveling toward disappearance, but a timeless process expressing itself through form. From this perspective, the fear of death begins to lose its power, because it becomes clear that what you truly are was never trapped inside time to begin with. Death belongs to the story of time, while your lived reality belongs to the now. You do not move toward the present from the past, nor do you move away from it into the future. You simply are present, always. Each moment feels new, yet awareness itself remains, watching moments come and go, like scenes in a play. As Watts said, trying to define yourself is like trying to bite your own teeth, because the awareness looking for permanence is already beyond the thing it fears losing. Seen this way, the insight becomes almost disarmingly simple. You do not need to live forever in time, because you already live in the only moment there is. The present moment is not a thin slice between past and future. It is the entire stage on which life appears. When you recognize this directly, death no longer feels like a looming experience waiting ahead, but like a boundary drawn by thought, similar to a horizon that seems solid from a distance yet cannot be reached. This is the quiet message at the core of spiritual wisdom and Alan Watts' teaching. Life is not something you possess for a limited duration. It is something that is happening as you, right now, outside the story of time altogether. If this message about the eternal now resonated with you, take a quiet moment and affirm it within yourself. If you feel ready, repeat after me. I am present in this moment. I release the fear of endings and trust the wisdom of now. 7. Waves on the ocean. You can understand this teaching most clearly through the metaphor Alan Watts loved to use. You are like a wave on the vast ocean of consciousness. A wave has a recognizable shape, a beginning, a peak, and an end. Yet at no point is it ever separate from the ocean itself. It arises from the ocean's movement, exists for a time as a visible pattern, and then subsides back into the same water from which it emerged. When the wave disappears, nothing essential is lost. The ocean has not been damaged or diminished. It has simply changed its expression. In the same way, what you call you is a temporary pattern through which consciousness is expressing itself, not an isolated entity standing apart from existence. The fear of death arises when you mistake the wave for the whole reality. When you identify entirely with your name, your body, your memories, and your personal story, the end of that pattern feels like total annihilation. Yet this is precisely the illusion Alan Watts was pointing toward. The wave believes it must fight against disappearance because it does not realize it is water. Once that realization occurs, the drama of ending dissolves because the wave understands it was never truly separate to begin with. Consciousness does not belong to you. Rather, you belong to consciousness, and what appears as your individual life is simply one of its countless movements. This does not mean that the same personal self continues after death in the way the ego imagines, carrying its biography forward indefinitely. Watts was careful to clarify that this is not a reincarnation of the same psychological identity. The character you play, with its preferences and memories, is part of the wave's shape, and that shape will indeed change. What continues is not the story, but the storyteller, not the role, but the stage itself. Consciousness goes on expressing itself in new forms, just as the ocean continues to produce waves without ever repeating the same one in exactly the same way. This understanding shifts the question from, will I survive, to what am I really? And that shift lies at the heart of spirituality and spiritual awakening. When you look closely at your own experience, you can already see this process happening. Thoughts appear and disappear, emotions rise and fall, sensations come and go, yet there is something constant that notices all of this change. That silent awareness does not age, does not panic, and does not struggle to hold on. It simply observes. Alan Watts suggested that this observing presence is far closer to your true nature than the fleeting patterns you usually identify with. Just as the ocean is not disturbed by the rise and fall of waves, this deeper awareness remains untouched by the constant movement of mental and physical experiences. From this perspective, death is not a violent interruption of life, but a natural transition in the flow of existence. The wave does not fail when it dissolves. It fulfills its nature by returning to the ocean. In the same way, life is not a task you must complete successfully in order to earn continuation. It is a process that is happening effortlessly, moment by moment, through you. The belief that life is something you are doing creates anxiety and resistance, while the recognition that life is something you are allows a deep sense of trust to emerge. This is why spiritual awakening often brings a surprising peace around the idea of death, not because death becomes desirable, but because it loses its power as a threat. Understanding yourself as a temporary expression of a timeless process does not make life meaningless. It makes it vivid and intimate. Every moment becomes precious precisely because it is transient, just as every wave is beautiful because it appears only once in that exact form. When you no longer cling to permanence, you are free to participate fully in the dance of form and change. Alan Watts emphasized that the universe is not a machine grinding toward an endpoint, but a living process continually exploring itself, and your life is one of its ways of doing so. When one expression fades, another arises, and nothing essential is ever truly lost, because the ocean of consciousness remains, endlessly creative, endlessly present, and forever at play. 8. The dream of separateness. Normal waking consciousness can be understood as a powerful dream of separateness, a deeply ingrained belief that you are an isolated self moving through a world made up of other isolated selves, each cut off from the whole. This belief feels natural and unquestionable, just as a night dream feels completely real while you are inside it. You do not doubt the dream world while dreaming. Only when you wake up do you realize that the characters, conflicts, and boundaries you took so seriously were expressions of a single mind. In the same way, many spiritual teachings suggest that what you call ordinary waking life may also be a kind of dream, convincing and meaningful as an experience, yet rooted in a misunderstanding of who you truly are. From this perspective, death is not presented as a final erasure, but as a possible awakening from the dream of separation. Just as waking from sleep does not destroy the dreamer, but simply ends the illusion, death can be seen as a shift in awareness rather than a collapse into nothingness. Physical reality, with all its sensations, relationships, joys, and pains, is real as lived experience. Yet it may not be real as an independent, self-contained structure existing apart from everything else. Experiences happen, but the assumption that they belong to a completely separate entity is what creates fear. When this assumption loosens, spirituality begins to feel less like a belief system and more like a direct insight into the nature of existence. This insight is clearly expressed in the ancient Sanskrit phrase Tattvam Asi, meaning "thou art that," which points directly to the unity between the individual self and the divine whole. It does not say that you will become that unity someday, but that you already are it, here and now, beneath the surface identity you usually inhabit. In this view, the sense of being a separate me is a role temporarily assumed, much like a character in a dream or a wave rising on the surface of the ocean. The wave has a shape, a movement, and a brief history, but it is never truly separate from the ocean that gives rise to it. Awakening to this unity does not require waiting for physical death. Throughout history, this recognition has appeared under many names, including enlightenment, liberation, and satori, all pointing to the same realization that the deepest self is not confined to the body or personal story. Spiritual development, in this sense, is not about accumulating beliefs or improving an isolated ego, but about seeing through the illusion of separateness while still living an ordinary human life. When this awakening begins to unfold, even gradually, your relationship with fear, loss, and identity changes, because the sense of self is no longer tied exclusively to what can be taken away. Seen from this angle, Death becomes a transformation of appearance rather than an absolute end. What changes is the form, not the underlying reality. The body, like a costume, is set aside, but the presence that animated it does not vanish. Alan Watts often emphasized that the true self is the dreamer, not the character within the dream. And when a dream scene ends, the dreamer remains untouched. The ending of one appearance simply opens into another way of experiencing existence beyond the limits of time-bound identity. Even within daily life, you can notice hints of this truth by observing that there is something in you that witnesses thoughts, emotions, and sensations without being damaged by them. This witnessing presence was there before every memory and remains through every change, quietly unchanged while everything else shifts. Recognizing this does not pull you away from life. Instead, it allows you to engage more fully, because the fear of total annihilation no longer dominates your choices. Love becomes less about possession, loss becomes less absolute, and meaning becomes something lived rather than desperately sought. The value of this understanding lies in how it reshapes the way you see yourself and the world. It invites you to question the rigid idea that you are only a separate individual struggling against an indifferent universe. It encourages a form of spirituality grounded in direct awareness rather than belief, supporting genuine spiritual development through insight rather than fear. It also gently reframes death as a profound transition instead of a meaningless ending, allowing life itself to be lived with greater clarity, depth, and peace, free from the constant shadow of an imagined finality. Drop a comment below and share how this message resonates with you. If you're ready to release the illusion of separateness and remember your true wholeness, simply type, "I am not separate," to affirm this understanding. 9. Reincarnation versus transformation. Traditional ideas of reincarnation often suggest that a soul survives death by moving from one lifetime to another, as if a personal self were traveling intact through time. Yet this view quietly preserves the belief in a separate and enduring identity, and in doing so, it keeps the illusion of separateness alive. Alan Watts repeatedly pointed out that this assumption is where confusion begins, reminding us that the ego is nothing other than the focus of conscious attention, not a solid thing that can truly be carried forward. When you look closely, what you call yourself is not a fixed entity, but a pattern of experiences, memories, and sensations that is constantly changing, and holding on to it as something permanent is like trying to freeze a flowing river. A deeper understanding invites you to move beyond the idea of survival as personal continuity and toward the insight of transformation, where energy and consciousness are never lost, but endlessly reshaped, expressing themselves in new ways without preserving a single, permanent individual. When you reflect on your body, this truth becomes almost undeniable, because every atom that forms your flesh has a cosmic history, born in ancient stars and shaped by forces far older than your personal story. And after death, those same atoms will not vanish, but return to the ongoing cycle of the universe. In this sense, you have always been part of something vast, and what you call life is simply a temporary arrangement of the cosmos experiencing itself through you. Alan Watts captured this beautifully when he said, "You didn't come into this world, you came out of it, like a wave from the ocean," a metaphor that dissolves the fear of disappearance by showing that waves do not die when they fall back into the sea, but remain water all along. Consciousness follows the same principle, not continuing as the same name, face, or biography, but persisting as awareness itself, exploring new forms just as music continues even when one melody ends. Seen this way, immortality is no longer about preserving the ego or ensuring that a personal identity survives forever, but about participating in the limitless movement of existence itself. This perspective offers a far more profound form of spiritual wisdom because it frees you from clinging to a fixed self and invites you to recognize that change is not a threat, but the very nature of being. Alan Watts often emphasized that trying to define yourself is like trying to bite your own teeth, pointing to the futility of grasping something that is inherently fluid. When you stop insisting on continuity of identity, the fear of death begins to soften, replaced by a sense of belonging to an ongoing dance where beginnings and endings are simply transitions. In this realization, death is not an absolute end, but a transformation, and life becomes an intimate expression of the universe rather than a fragile possession you must desperately protect, revealing why Alan Watts taught that true freedom comes not from surviving as a separate self, but from seeing that you were never separate at all. 10. The cosmic laughter. When one truly sees the nature of death and the nature of the self without filters or inherited fear, a spontaneous and liberating laughter arises, not the laughter of denial or cynicism, but a deep cosmic laughter that comes from clarity, from realizing that the fear surrounding death has always been the fear of losing something that was never owned in the first place. What collapses in this moment is the assumption that life is a possession, that existence belongs to a fixed me moving along a straight line toward an ending. Because once this assumption dissolves, it becomes obvious that running from death is like running from a shadow, exhausting and meaningless, since death has no power to separate you from life itself. This insight lies at the heart of true spirituality and often marks the threshold of spiritual awakening, where fear gives way to understanding and resistance softens into trust. This laughter is not born of despair, bitterness, or emotional numbness. It is joyful recognition, the sudden recognition that reality has always been far more playful, intelligent, and fluid than the mind allowed. Zen masters have long embodied this realization, responding to questions about death not with solemn explanations, but with laughter, silence, or seemingly nonsensical gestures, not to evade the question, but to expose its hidden flaw. The flaw is the belief that reality can be fixed, improved, or made safe through concepts, as if existence itself were broken and needed correction. Their laughter points directly to the absurdity of trying to grasp life with rigid ideas, reminding us that truth is not something to be captured, but something to be experienced. Seen from this perspective, the universe reveals itself not as a mechanical system grinding toward entropy, but as a living, creative event, what ancient traditions describe as Leela, the divine play. Everything that appears is part of a spontaneous dance, endlessly forming and dissolving, with no final destination other than the joy of expression itself. Within this cosmic play, death is not a tragic error or a punishment for living, but a plot twist, a transformation that invites participation rather than resistance. Just as a story loses its power if nothing ever changes, Life loses its vitality if forms never dissolve. And recognizing this reframes death from an enemy into a meaningful movement within the whole. This understanding becomes clearer through the Buddha's flame metaphor, which reveals a profound truth about continuity and change. When a flame goes out, we instinctively ask where it went, assuming it must have traveled somewhere or vanished into nothingness. But the Buddha points out that the flame was never a thing to begin with. It was a process, a dynamic interaction of conditions. And when those conditions change, the flame ceases to appear in that form while the underlying process continues. In the same way, what we call the self is not a solid object trapped inside the body, but a flowing pattern of awareness, sensation, memory, and relationship, constantly changing, yet never separate from the total movement of life. From this view, the true self cannot be destroyed because it does not exist as a fixed entity bound by time or form. What ends is a particular configuration, a role within the play, not the deeper reality that animates it. Alan Watts often emphasized that mistaking the ego for the self is the root of our fear, because the ego is temporary by design, while the awareness witnessing its rise and fall is not confined to beginnings or endings. When this distinction becomes clear, death loses its threatening character and reveals itself as a transition within an ongoing process rather than a final annihilation. As these insights connect, a new relationship with life emerges, one grounded not in clinging, but in participation. Spiritual awakening does not demand belief in immortality as a future reward, nor does it require rejecting the physical reality of death. Instead, it invites a direct realization that life is something you are doing, not something happening to you. In this realization, fear relaxes its grip, laughter replaces tension, and existence is experienced not as a fragile journey toward loss, but as a continuous unfolding in which every ending is simply another movement in the infinite dance of being. To conclude, this teaching reminds us that what we fear as the end is only an illusion created by the mind. As Alan Watts beautifully explained, life is not something that happens to you, but something you are participating in an ever-changing flow where nothing is truly lost, only transformed. When you stop identifying solely with the temporary form and begin to recognize the deeper awareness behind it, the fear of death dissolves, and life becomes lighter, freer, and more meaningful. If this message resonated with you, please like this video, share it with someone who needs a new perspective on life, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more insights on consciousness, spirituality, and inner awakening. Don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming videos. You are not being tested. You are being prepared. Carl Jung once famously said, "I am not what happened to me. I am what I choose to become." In the heat of our daily struggles, it is easy to feel like the universe is punishing us, that we are constantly failing a cosmic test. But what if you shifted your perspective? What if the difficulties you are facing right now are not a test of your worth, but the necessary fire forging your character for a greater destiny? You are not being tested. You are being prepared. Today, we will explore how to apply this profound shift to your daily life so you can move from suffering to strength. Before we begin, ask yourself, what is one challenge you are currently facing that might actually be a lesson in disguise? Let us know in the comments below, and let's dive into this journey of self-discovery. 1. Chaos is actually reorganization. There is a profound misunderstanding that occurs when we step onto the path of spirituality, an illusion that convinces us we are being punished precisely when we are being elevated. You must understand that what often feels like a breakdown is, in reality, a breakthrough in disguise. When you set a powerful intention for a new life, when you ask the universe for growth, abundance, or love, you are not merely making a wish. You are issuing a command to the quantum field. However, the universe cannot place a new structure upon a rotten foundation. Therefore, before the new can enter, the old must be dismantled. And this process is what we often mistake for a test, when it is actually a necessary preparation. To understand this deeply, we must look at the mechanics of reality. When you ask for a transformation, the quantum field, that infinite web of energy connecting all things, immediately begins to reorganize itself to match your new frequency. This is a law of physics as much as it is a law of spirit. The field must clear out everything in your current reality that is incompatible with the future you have envisioned. This is where the confusion arises, because from your limited human perspective, this reorganization looks and feels like absolute chaos. It implies that for you to vibrationally align with the life you are manifesting, the people, habits, and circumstances that vibrate at a lower frequency must be removed. They are not being taken from you. They are being cleared for you. The experience of this clearing can be incredibly jarring, often triggering a crisis of faith. You might look around and see friends drifting away, long-standing relationships ending abruptly, or stable career paths suddenly dissolving into uncertainty. Structures you relied upon for safety begin to crumble, and plans you made years ago dissolve into dust. It is natural to feel fear in this void, to feel that you have somehow done something wrong, or that the universe has turned against you. However, this dismantling is a hallmark of a true spiritual awakening. It is the shedding of a skin that no longer fits the creature you are becoming. The chaos is not a sign of failure. It is the loud, crashing sound of your old limitations breaking apart to make room for your expansion. You must come to realize the truth of this turbulent phase. This is a sacred detox. Just as the body must sweat and purge toxins to heal, your life must purge the energies that block your potential. The universe, in its infinite wisdom, is ruthlessly removing the old version of you and the stale environment that sustained that smaller self. It is doing this to create a vacuum, a pristine empty space where the new, higher version of yourself can take root and flourish. You are not losing your life. You are making space for it. So, when the silence deepens and the structures fall, do not despair. Stand firm in the knowledge that you are being scrubbed clean of the past so that you may fully inhabit the future you prayed for. You are not being tested. You are being prepared. 2. The void, the in-between state. There is a profound and often unsettling place in your journey that few people talk about openly, yet it is a fundamental aspect of true spirituality. It is the strange, silent gap between the moment you finally let go of your old life and the moment your new life actually begins. You might be finding yourself there right now. You have done the hard work of walking away from toxic relationships, unfulfilling jobs, or old habits that no longer serve you, but the reward has not arrived yet. Instead of immediate relief or a new open door, you are met with silence. This is what we call the void, or the in-between state. It is a space that feels incredibly empty, silent, lonely, and frustratingly stagnant. In this space, you might feel like you are absolutely no one. The labels you used to define yourself are gone, but the new ones have not yet been written. You look in the mirror, and you might not even recognize the person staring back at you because you are stripping away the ego's illusions. This experience can be terrifying because the mind craves certainty. It wants to know exactly who you are and where you are going. When that certainty is removed, your mind might trick you into believing that you have made a mistake, or worse, that you are being punished. However, it is vital that you understand the deeper truth of this experience. You are not stuck, you are not lost, and you are certainly not being punished. You are simply in the recalibration zone. Think of this phase as a necessary suspension. When a computer undergoes a massive update, it has to shut down for a while. It cannot function as it usually does because it is rewriting its core operating system. Similarly, your entire being is currently offline to the external world so that it can be upgraded internally. This is the essence of deep spiritual development. You are being suspended in this quiet place because your nervous system needs time to stabilize in a new identity. If you were given everything you ask for right now, the wealth, the love, the success, your old nervous system would not be able to hold it. You would sabotage it because you have not yet fully embodied the version of yourself capable of sustaining that new reality. This void is not a sign that your manifestation has failed. It is the strongest evidence that it is actually working. The universe has isolated you to insulate you from the distractions of your past so that you can tune into the frequency of your future. You are moving through a biological and spiritual metamorphosis. Just as a caterpillar must completely dissolve into a soup of cells within the cocoon before it can restructure itself into a butterfly, you are currently in that dissolution phase. It feels uncomfortable because growth is rarely comfortable. It feels lonely because you are going where your old crowd cannot follow. But you must trust this silence. Do not try to rush out of this void by filling it with cheap distractions or returning to old comforts just to feel something familiar. Embrace the feeling of being no one, because it is only from the position of being no one that you have the freedom to become anyone. You are not being tested by a cruel force. You are being prepared by a loving source. This is the moment where your faith is forged into knowing. Stand firm in this nothingness, for it is the fertile soil from which your new life is about to bloom. The silence is not empty. It is full of answers. Type, "I am becoming," in the comments to affirm that you are evolving, not just waiting. 3. Frequency over force. The law of resonance. You may be sitting there right now, feeling the weight of the world on your shoulders, wondering why, despite all your hard work and desperate prayers, the things you want most seem to drift further away. It is easy to look at these struggles and believe that you are being tested, or worse, that you are being punished by a universe that simply does not care. However, I want you to take a deep breath and consider a different perspective, one rooted in deep spiritual wisdom. You are not being tested, you are being prepared. To understand this, we must look beyond the surface of our daily striving and understand the fundamental mechanism of reality, often called the law of resonance or the law of frequency. As the brilliant physicist Nikola Tesla once suggested, if you want to find the secrets of the universe, you must think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration. This is not just poetic language. It is the physics of your existence. The universe, or the field, does not respond to what you simply say you want, nor does it respond to your pleading or your bargaining. Rather, it responds to who you are. It acts like a giant, impartial mirror, reflecting not your wishes, but your dominant vibration. This brings us to a critical realization about why forcing life so often leads to failure. When you try to force an outcome, when you obsessively check your phone for that message, constantly refresh your email for that opportunity, or lose sleep worrying about how to make things happen, you are unknowingly broadcasting a very specific signal. That signal is not one of power, but of lack. By trying so hard, you are shouting to the universe, "I do not have this." And because the universe is a mirror, it faithfully reflects that state of lack back to you, keeping your desires just out of reach. It is a paradox that the great psychiatrist Carl Jung understood well when he explored the depths of the human psyche. Jung famously said, "Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes." When you are obsessively looking outside yourself for results, trying to manipulate the external world to make you feel safe or successful, you are merely dreaming. You are asleep to the power that resides within your own being. The force you are applying is actually resistance, and resistance blocks the natural flow of abundance that wants to make its way to you. So, if force is the mistake, what is the solution? The answer lies in a state of being called coherence. Coherence is when your heart and your mind are in perfect alignment, creating a stable, internal state of trust and peace that remains unshaken, regardless of what is happening in the world around you. This is where the true preparation happens. The challenges you are facing right now are not obstacles. They are the fire that is burning away the parts of you that are out of alignment. They are forcing you to drop the mask, or what Carl Jung would call the persona, so that you can integrate your shadow and become whole. You must become the person who already has what they desire, not in terms of material possession, but in terms of vibrational frequency. You must cultivate the feeling of the wish fulfilled before the evidence appears. This is the hardest part of the journey, but also the most rewarding. You are being asked to trust in the invisible, to maintain a frequency of gratitude and calm even when the storm is raging. When you achieve this internal stability, when you stop waiting for the external world to change so that you can feel good, and instead choose to feel good so that the external world can change, you have mastered the law of resonance. You are no longer begging the universe. You are vibrating in harmony with it. As Carl Jung also reminded us, I am not what happened to me. I am what I choose to become. Today, choose to become coherent. Choose to let go of the desperate need to control the how and when. Trust that this season of silence is not an absence of activity, but a profound period of construction. You are being built into a vessel capable of holding the very life you have been asking for. Stop forcing, stop checking, and start being. The universe is not testing your patience. It is preparing your spirit. 4. Shedding the survival identity. If you have been feeling exhausted, beaten down, or confused by the sheer weight of the challenges currently present in your life, you must understand a fundamental truth. You are not being tested. You are being prepared. It is easy to look at the chaos and believe that the universe is punishing you or measuring your worth through adversity. But this is a misunderstanding of the spiritual path. What you are experiencing right now is the necessary dismantling of who you used to be so that you can become who you are destined to be. We are currently in the midst of a profound process known as shedding the survival identity, a crucial phase in true spirituality where the old armor you built to protect yourself is finally being stripped away. For most of your life, you have likely operated from this survival identity, a version of yourself constructed out of necessity, forged in the fires of childhood conditioning or past trauma. This version of you learned that to be safe, you had to control everything. You had to live in fear of the future, and you had to hustle relentlessly just to prove your right to exist. This survival self was a brilliant adaptation for a world that felt unsafe, a shield that kept you alive and functioning when things were difficult. However, as you deepen your journey into a spiritual awakening, you begin to realize that the armor that once protected you is now the very thing that is suffocating you. The heaviness you feel is not the burden of the world. It is the weight of a shield you no longer need to carry. The universe is guiding you through a massive shift, moving you away from the exhausting paradigm of constantly protecting yourself and toward a new state of being based on trusting the process. This transition is often uncomfortable because your survival identity and the ego interprets this loss of control as a threat to your existence. It screams that if you stop fighting, if you stop worrying, and if you stop trying to manipulate every outcome, everything will fall apart. But this is the great illusion. The truth is that by gripping so tightly to the wheel, you are preventing the natural flow of life from taking you where you need to go. You are being asked to surrender the weapon of fear and replace it with the quiet power of faith. This does not mean you become passive. It means you stop reacting to the present moment as if it were a threat from the past. You are learning that your safety does not come from walls and defenses, but from an internal alignment with your true self. This leads us to the ultimate goal of this transformation, for the universe is waiting patiently for you to make this internal adjustment. The universe responds to your vibration, not your demands, and as long as you continue to act from a place of fear and scarcity, you will continue to attract situations that reflect that frequency. You cannot enter a new reality while holding on to the mindset of the old one. The life you desire, the peace, the abundance, and the deep connection is already waiting for you. But it requires a version of you that is not governed by survival instincts. Once you stop reacting to your old reality, once you stop letting the external world dictate your internal state, the new reality can finally lock in. This is the moment where the preparation meets the opportunity. You are being emptied of the old fear so that you can be filled with new potential. Therefore, do not despise the struggle you are in today, and do not look at your difficulties as a test of your endurance. Instead, see them as the fires of transformation, burning away everything that is not you, preparing you to step fully into your power, unencumbered by the past and ready to receive the future that has been waiting for you all along. Let's affirm this truth together. Please comment below, "I am trusting the preparation." To support each other, I have a suggestion. Whenever you see someone comment this, please like their comment or reply with a word of encouragement. This simple act helps us build a community that is moving out of survival mode and into our true purpose. If you are ready to start this wave of positivity, please comment 1, so I know you are with me. 5. Trust as a mechanism, not an emotion. You might often believe that the difficulties you face are a sign that the universe is testing your limits, pushing you to the breaking point to see if you will shatter. But this perspective is fundamentally flawed because you are not being tested. You are being prepared. This preparation is an alchemical process designed to strip away the layers of who you thought you were so that you can reveal who you are truly meant to be. And at the core of this transformation lies a misunderstood concept known as trust. You must understand that trust is not merely a fleeting emotion or a fragile hope that things might work out. Rather, trust is a mechanism, a tangible law of the universe that functions with the precision of gravity. It is a powerful force that operates within your psyche and the external world simultaneously, acting as the bridge between where you are standing right now and where you desire to be. When you truly grasp this, you realize that trust is the energy that collapses the timeline, drawing your future into your present moment, not through force or struggle, but through a profound shift in your internal state. As you deepen your understanding of this mechanism, you begin to engage in a practice called anchoring, which is the vital action required to signal your readiness to the universe. Anchoring does not mean waiting for external validation or visible signs of success. Instead, it means feeling the relief, safety, and joy of the wish fulfilled now, long before you see it manifest in your physical reality. This is the essence of true spirituality. It is the ability to close your eyes and feel the emotional reality of your desire so vividly that your nervous system accepts it as the truth. You are not pretending. You are rehearsing the vibration of your future self, teaching your body what it feels like to be safe, loved, and abundant before the external evidence arrives. By doing this, you stop living in a state of lack and waiting, and you start living in a state of knowing, which completely alters the signal you are broadcasting to the world around you. This shift in your vibration leads to the most paradoxical and powerful result of spiritual development. The moment you no longer need the outcome to feel okay is the exact moment the outcome arrives. When you are desperate, you send out a signal of lack, telling the universe that you do not have what you want. And the universe, acting as a faithful mirror, reflects that lack back to you. However, when you anchor yourself in the feeling that the work is already done, you release the tight grip of control and surrender to the flow of life. You reach a place of inner peace where you are content regardless of external circumstances. And in this state of detachment, the resistance clears. The field reflects your state of, it is already done. And suddenly, the things you chased for so long begin to gravitate toward you effortlessly because you are no longer blocking them with your anxiety. You realize that the preparation was never about whether you were worthy of the blessing, but about building the container within you to hold it, ensuring that when it arrives, you are grounded enough to sustain it. In the end, the universe does not waste pain. Every shadow you encounter and every obstacle you overcome is a necessary step in your individuation. Stop asking, "Why is this happening to me?" and start understanding what it is molding you into. Trust the process. You are being prepared to carry a greater light. Thank you for watching. To support our mission, please like and share this video. Make sure to subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom and click the bell icon to stay updated with our latest insights. We will see you in the next video. Why loners are magnets for toxic people. Carl Jung once famously said, "Loneliness does not come from having no people about one, but from being unable to communicate the things that seem important to oneself." It is a profound paradox. Why is it that those who seek peace and solitude often end up surrounded by chaos and manipulation? If you identify as a loner or a deep thinker, you may have noticed a pattern where your empathy becomes a beacon for those who wish to drain your energy. Is this simply bad luck? Or is there a deeper psychological force at play, perhaps a dance between your light and their shadow? Welcome back to Spiritual Wisdom. Today, we are applying the profound teachings of Carl Jung to uncover why this magnetic attraction exists, and more importantly, how you can reclaim your boundaries. Before we dive in, I have a question for you. Have you ever felt that your silence was misinterpreted as weakness by a toxic person? Share your experiences in the comments below. Let's support each other as we unravel this mystery. 1. No social army. The lone target. Have you ever found yourself wondering why, in your pursuit of peace and solitude, you seem to inadvertently attract the most chaotic and manipulative individuals into your life? It is a paradox that often baffles those who walk the path of introspection. But the answer lies deep within the dynamics of human psychology and the energy we project. When you commit yourself to a journey of true spirituality, you naturally begin to detach from the superficial noise of the crowd, seeking a deeper connection with the self and the universe. However, this sacred withdrawal often creates a vacuum that predatory personalities are all too eager to fill. The specific vulnerability lies in the absence of what we might call a social army, a concept that is crucial to understanding why you may have become a target. In the ordinary world, the average person moves through life surrounded by a protective buffer, a network of friends, family members, co-workers, and acquaintances who act as a defensive perimeter. This social circle functions not just for companionship, but as a system of checks and balances, a collection of objective observers who validate reality. When a person with a strong social army begins to date or befriend a toxic individual, there are witnesses watching. If the toxic person attempts to manipulate, lie, or mistreat their target, there is a chorus of voices ready to step in and say, "That is not right," or "You deserve better." These witnesses act as a safety net, spotting the red flags that the victim might miss because of emotional attachment. However, for the loner, particularly one who is undergoing a profound spiritual awakening, this safety net is often non-existent or intentionally dismantled. You may have distanced yourself from former associates to align better with your higher purpose, or perhaps you simply find solace in the quiet of your own company. While this solitude is a source of strength and wisdom, toxic people view it through a completely different lens. To them, your isolation is not a sign of independence, but an invitation. They perceive the loner as a high-value target specifically because there are no witnesses to their behavior. They understand that in your world, there is no one around to warn you, no one to point out the inconsistencies in their stories, and no one to validate your feelings when they begin the subtle process of gaslighting. Without a social army to act as a mirror reflecting the truth back to you, the toxic person knows they can distort your reality with frightening ease. They realize that if they manage to hurt you, confuse you, or drain your energy, there will be no cavalry coming over the hill to rescue you. It is just you and them. This dynamic essentially transforms the spiritual seeker into what can be metaphorically described as a lone gazelle. In the wild, a predator rarely attacks the herd directly because the collective eyes and ears of the group make success difficult and dangerous. Instead, they scan the horizon for the one creature that has wandered away from the safety of the pack. The toxic person operates on this exact same primal instinct. They are looking for the path of least resistance, and the loner represents a scenario where they can exert total control without the interference of third-party judgments. They know that without friends to act as a sounding board, you are more likely to internalize their toxicity, blaming yourself for the chaos they bring rather than seeing it for what it objectively is. This is not to say that your solitude is a flaw in fact. It is a necessary component of your growth and spirituality, but it is vital to recognize that this very independence signals to the toxic mind that you are unprotected. They see your lack of a witness as a tactical advantage, allowing them to isolate you further and accelerate their manipulation tactics without fear of exposure. Therefore, understanding that you are being viewed as a lone gazelle is not about fear, but about awareness. It is about realizing that your lack of a social army requires you to be doubly vigilant, trusting your own intuition as your primary defender as you navigate the complexities of human connection. 2. The challenge of independence. When you walk through this life content in your own company, you inevitably emit a frequency of strength that is rare in this noisy world. And this self-sufficiency often becomes a beacon for those who are drowning in their own insecurities. You see, true loners do not seek external validation or attention because they have found a home within themselves. However, toxic people observe this quiet confidence not with admiration, but as a direct challenge to their fragile egos. To a narcissist or an energy vampire, your independence is an affront. because it proves that a person can survive and thrive without their influence, and this terrifying reality drives them to view you as a mountain they simply must conquer. They do not want to be your friend or your partner in the traditional sense. Rather, they want to be the one person, the single source upon whom you eventually become dependent. It is a twisted game of power where they perceive your boundaries as walls to be breached and your silence as a code to be broken. They are drawn to you because breaking a strong, independent person gives the toxic person a massive ego boost, a temporary high that validates their false sense of superiority. When you are focused on your spirituality and spiritual development, you naturally detach from the drama and the chaotic games that others play. But paradoxically, this detachment makes you even more attractive to those who thrive on chaos. They look at you and see a puzzle. They wonder why their usual tricks of manipulation and flattery do not work on you. And this curiosity quickly morphs into an obsession to dismantle the very foundation of your self-worth. They believe that if they can make a self-sufficient person like you crave their approval, then they must truly be special, powerful, and important. It is important to understand that their pursuit is not about affection, but about colonization. They want to occupy your mind and control your emotions because your autonomy reminds them of their own inner emptiness. As you deepen your spiritual development, you will realize that these encounters are not random bad luck, but are actually tests of your resolve and clarity. These individuals are trying to drag you back down into the transactional world where relationships are based on debt and dependency, whereas you are striving for a world of freedom and authentic connection. The toxic person sees your light that clear, steady flame of someone who knows who they are, and they feel an uncontrollable urge to blow it out, or, at the very least, to make it flicker so they can say they controlled the wind. They will probe your armor, looking for the slightest crack, perhaps a hidden insecurity or a momentary lapse in judgment, and they will hammer at that weak point, relentlessly hoping to create a dependency where none existed before. They want to be the architect of your reality, the gatekeeper to your happiness, and the sole provider of your emotional needs. When you refuse to play this game, when you stand firm in your sovereignty, you inadvertently trigger their deepest wounds of rejection and worthlessness, causing them to double down on their efforts to win you over or destroy your peace. This dynamic explains why you, as someone who asks for nothing, often find yourself besieged by those who demand everything. It is because your very existence proves that their worldview, one where everyone is a puppet to be manipulated, is false. Your spiritual path is one of liberation, and to the jailer, the free soul is the ultimate threat. Therefore, you must recognize that this challenge they perceive is actually a projection of their own internal war, and by seeing it clearly, you can step aside and let them fight their shadows alone while you continue your ascent. Has your solitude ever been misunderstood by others? If so, share your story below so others know they aren't alone. If you are ready to embrace your power, comment, "I am strong," and join our community of awakened souls. 3. The trap of being a good listener. Have you ever found yourself sitting across from someone, feeling the heavy weight of their words piling up on your shoulders, while you sit there in silence, unable to find a polite exit? It is a scenario that many of us who identify as loners know all too well, and it stems from a trait that is usually celebrated as a virtue: the ability to truly listen. However, there is a hidden danger lurking within this quiet strength, a specific dynamic that explains why your calm demeanor often attracts the most chaotic storms. As we dive into this analysis, drawing upon deep spiritual wisdom, we must recognize that your comfort with silence is exactly what makes you a beacon for those who cannot stand the quiet of their own minds. To a loner, silence is a sanctuary, a place of restoration and peace. But to a toxic person, your silence is not a boundary. It is an empty stage, an invitation for them to step up and perform their endless monologues. When you offer your silence to a toxic individual, they do not see it as an opportunity for mutual reflection. They see it as a void that they are entitled to fill with their complaints, their dramas, and their negativity. This is where the trap of being a good listener snaps shut. You become a magnet for what psychologists often call emotional dumping. Unlike a healthy conversation, which operates like a game of tennis with a back-and-forth exchange of energy and ideas, emotional dumping is entirely one-sided. You are no longer a participant in a dialogue. You have been unknowingly recruited as an unpaid therapist. The toxic person uses your patience to offload their psychological garbage, leaving them feeling lighter and relieved, while you walk away feeling heavy, drained, and psychologically exhausted. As the great Carl Jung once profoundly stated, the encounter with oneself is, at first, the meeting with one's own shadow. Toxic people run from their own shadows, and they use you, the quiet observer, as a place to project that darkness so they do not have to face it themselves. It is crucial to understand that this dynamic is not accidental. Toxic individuals often lack the emotional maturity to process their own feelings, so they seek out containers of people who will hold that emotional volatility for them. Because you, as a loner, possess a deep capacity for introspection and empathy, you naturally signal that you can handle depth. However, these individuals abuse that capacity. They exploit your polite nature and your reluctance to interrupt. They mistake your silence for agreement and your patience for permission. You might find yourself listening to the same stories, the same grievances, and the same victim narratives for hours on end, without ever being asked how you are doing or what you are thinking. This imbalance is the hallmark of a parasitic relationship, where one person feeds off the energy of the other. This brings us to a vital piece of spiritual wisdom. Compassion without boundaries is self-destruction. By allowing yourself to be the eternal receptacle for someone else's negativity, you are not helping them. You are enabling their lack of self-awareness while depleting your own spirit. Carl Jung reminded us that everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves. If you feel irritation or exhaustion after these interactions, it is your psyche trying to tell you that a boundary has been violated. You are not obligated to be the dumping ground for another person's unresolved trauma. True wisdom lies in recognizing that your energy is a finite resource, sacred and worthy of protection. You must realize that being a good listener does not require you to surrender your voice. Realizing this is the first step toward breaking the cycle. You have to ask yourself why you feel compelled to endure these one-sided conversations. Is it a fear of being rude? is it a need to feel useful? When you stop acting as the passive audience for their drama, you will find that these toxic magnets lose their power over you. You deserve relationships that are reciprocal, where your silence is respected as a part of your presence, not used as a tool for someone else's relief. By reclaiming your space and guarding your peace, you transform from a passive vessel into an empowered individual, grounded in the knowledge that your peace is too valuable to be traded for someone else's noise. 4. Patience is misread as permission. Have you ever wondered why, in your pursuit of solitude and peace, you seem to paradoxically attract the most chaotic and draining individuals? It is a baffling contradiction that many introspection seekers face. You retreat from the world to find harmony, yet the world brings its noise directly to your doorstep. This phenomenon is not a cosmic punishment, nor is it a coincidence. To understand this, we must look deeply into the psychological dynamics at play, particularly through the lens of spirituality and the insights of depth psychology. The answer lies in a fundamental misunderstanding of your nature. You see, there is a specific trait you possess, a quiet, observing stillness that you view as a virtue, but the toxic mind views as an invitation. We must explore why your greatest strength, your patience, is being weaponized against you. The root of this dynamic begins with how you, as a loner, or a person undergoing a spiritual awakening, process the world around you. You operate from a place of deep observation and profound empathy. When someone acts out, makes a mistake, or behaves poorly, your first instinct is not to judge or retaliate. Instead, you pause. You give them the benefit of the doubt. You look for the context, the hidden pain, or the shadow behind their actions, much as Carl Jung might suggest we look at our own shadows. You possess a high threshold for understanding because you are intimately acquainted with the complexities of the human soul. You wait to see if they will correct themselves, believing that everyone possesses the same capacity for self-reflection that you do. This silence is not emptiness. It is a full, vibrant space of patience and hope. You are holding space for them to be better, offering them a silent grace period to align with their higher selves. However, this noble trait holds a dangerous dark side when it meets the wrong frequency. While you are offering patience, the toxic individual is perceiving permission. It is crucial to understand that toxic personalities, narcissists, manipulators, and energy vampires do not speak the language of empathy. They speak the language of dominance and submission. When they act out and meet your silence, they do not see a wise soul contemplating the situation. They see a lack of defenses. They mistake your kindness for weakness and your silence for acceptance. In their eyes, if you do not immediately slam the door must be open. They interpret your benefit of the doubt as a green light to proceed with their behavior, unaware that you are merely observing them from a place of spiritual detachment. As this dynamic continues, the situation inevitably escalates because the toxic person will naturally seek to find where the actual boundary lies. Because you did not react to the first transgression, they feel emboldened to push further. It is like a tide slowly encroaching on the shore. With every wave that isn't pushed back, the water claims more land. They test your limits, not out of curiosity, but out of a compulsion to see how much they can take from you. They begin to encroach upon your mental an emotional sanctuary, assuming that your lack of outward resistance means you are compliant with their control. They cannot conceive that someone would voluntarily choose patience over conflict, so they assume you are simply incapable of fighting back. This is where the trap snaps shut. You are waiting for them to change, and they are waiting for you to stop them. Ultimately, this painful cycle is a harsh but necessary lesson on your path of spirituality. The realization you must come to is that your patience is a gift that must be earned, not a free commodity for those who wish to exploit it. In the process of your spiritual awakening, you are learning that protecting your peace is just as holy as being kind. The toxic person is drawn to you because your light is bright and your walls appear low, but they serve as a catalyst for you to build the necessary gates to your soul. You must learn that silence is not always the answer, and that sometimes the most spiritual thing you can do is to articulate a firm no. By understanding that your patience is being misread as permission, you can begin to close the gap between your intent and their perception, ensuring that your solitude remains a sanctuary, not a hunting ground for those who refuse to heal themselves. Like, subscribe, and ring the bell to stay updated on your journey of self-discovery. Don't let toxic energy drain you any longer. Claim your self-worth now by typing, "I respect myself enough to say no." 5. The mirror effect. You may often find yourself bewildered by a cruel paradox. You are someone who seeks solitude, prefers the quiet company of your own thoughts, and deliberately avoids drama. Yet you frequently find yourself the primary target for toxic individuals. It seems counterintuitive that a person who asks for nothing more than peace would become a magnet for those who thrive on conflict. But the answer lies deep within the psychological phenomenon known as the mirror effect. When you stand firm in your solitude, you are not merely existing in a vacuum. You are radiating a frequency of stability and self-sufficiency that is blindingly painful for a toxic person to witness. Your ability to be alone without feeling lonely is a superpower. But to a person who is empty inside, that superpower looks like a threat. You possess a wholeness that they are desperately chasing but cannot find, and your very presence forces them to confront the void within themselves. This dynamic is rooted in the stark contrast between your internal world and theirs. You have cultivated a garden of peace, while they are living in a perpetual state of internal chaos and insecurity. When a toxic person looks at you, they do not see you as an individual. They see a mirror that reflects everything they are running from. Your silence is not empty. It is a clear, polished surface that reflects their unhealed wounds, their lack of identity, and their dependence on external validation. Carl Jung often spoke of the shadow self, the parts of us we refuse to acknowledge, and for the toxic individual, you become a living projection of the stability they lack. They cannot sit with themselves because they are terrified of what they might find in the silence. So when they see you sitting comfortably in your own silence, it triggers a deep-seated envy and resentment. They are insulted by your independence because it highlights their own desperate need for attention and control. Because this reflection is so painful for them, their defense mechanism kicks in, and they feel a compulsive need to lower your vibration to match theirs. They cannot rise to your level of spiritual development, so they attempt to drag you down to their level of dysfunction. This is where the subtle and insidious process of chipping away begins. To regain a false sense of power, the toxic person will try to dismantle your confidence piece by piece. They might make backhanded compliments, question your quietness as if it were a flaw, or try to interpret your boundaries as arrogance. Their goal is to create a crack in your self-esteem, a small opening through which they can inject their poison. If they can make you doubt yourself, if they can make you react with anger or sadness, they have successfully shattered the mirror. They have proven to themselves that you are just as chaotic and unstable as they are, which temporarily soothes their insecurity. However, understanding this mechanism is the key to your liberation and continued spirituality. You must realize that their attacks are not a commentary on your worth, but a confession of their own pain. When they try to provoke you, they are essentially begging for you to help them regulate their own turbulent emotions. By remaining the observer, a core practice in your spiritual development, you refuse to accept the invitation to their chaos. You are not being targeted because you are weak. You are being targeted because you are strong in a way they cannot comprehend. Your stability is a lighthouse, and while it may attract ships that are lost in the storm and looking to crash, it is your duty to remain the immovable rock. The moment you understand that their toxicity is a reaction to your light, you stop taking it personally, and the mirror remains unbreakable. 6. The empath trap. Have you ever wondered why, as someone who cherishes solitude and peace, you seem to constantly attract the most chaotic and draining individuals into your life? It is a paradox that frustrates many, but the answer lies deep within your own nature. You see, the very trait that makes you a profound thinker and a gentle soul, your empathy, is exactly what acts as a beacon for those who are emotionally destructive. In the realm of spiritual wisdom, we often talk about energy, and as a loner, you likely possess a high vibrational sensitivity that toxic people crave. You are not merely a person to them. You are a battery, a source of fuel. When you encounter a toxic person acting out, your instinct is rarely to run away or judge them harshly. Instead, because of your depth, you try to look beneath the surface. You see their pain, their trauma, and their unhealed wounds. As the great Carl Jung once said, one does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. You are naturally inclined to look into that darkness, hoping to bring light to it. You try to understand them, and more dangerously, you try to fix them. You believe that if you just listen long enough, or love them hard enough, you can heal their brokenness. However, this is exactly where the trap snaps shut. This desire to be a savior, to be the one person who finally gets them, is what the toxic person exploits with surgical precision. They sense that you are different from the crowd. They sense that you will not reject them immediately like others might. They use your compassion against you, spinning tales of victimhood to keep you tethered to them. You might find yourself thinking, if I leave now, I am abandoning them just like everyone else did, and that guilt keeps you paralyzed in a cycle of abuse. It is vital to understand that this is not a relationship of equals. It is a parasitic dynamic. Carl Jung also famously noted that the meeting of two personalities is like the contact of two chemical substances. If there is any reaction, both are transformed. But in this specific toxic equation, you are the only one being transformed, and usually it is for the worse. You are being drained of your vitality while they remain exactly the same, feeding off your desire to help. Furthermore, we must analyze why you stay. Often, the loner stays because they project their own goodness onto the toxic person. You assume that deep down, they have the same conscience and heart that you do. This is a dangerous spiritual error. True spiritual wisdom requires discernment, not just blind compassion. By trying to fix someone who does not want to change, you are essentially interfering with their own karmic path. You are taking on burdens that do not belong to you. The toxic individual knows that you value deep connection, so they will often mirror your depth in the beginning, making you feel as though you have found a soulmate, only to slowly reveal their true nature once you are emotionally invested. They weaponize your empathy, turning your ability to understand into a weakness. As the author Maya Angelou wisely cautioned, when someone shows you who they are, believe them the first time. Yet, the empathetic loner often ignores the first, second, and third red flag, making excuses for the behavior in the name of understanding. You must realize that you cannot love someone into health if they are committed to their own toxicity. Your solitude should be a sanctuary, not a waiting room for broken people to come and consume your energy. Realizing this is not about becoming cold or uncaring. It is about establishing the boundaries necessary for your own survival. You must learn to distinguish between those who need support and those who need a host. Carl Jung taught us about the shadow, the hidden, darker side of the human psyche. When you refuse to see the dark potential in others because you are too busy being empathetic, you are ignoring the reality of the shadow. To break this cycle, you must accept that some people are not looking for a healer. They are looking for a victim. By stepping back and reclaiming your energy, you are not failing them. You are saving yourself. You are honoring the spiritual wisdom that dictates you must first be whole within yourself before you can truly offer anything of value to the world. It is time to close the door to those who only know how to take, and open it only to those who know how to share. 7. Conflict avoidance. It is a profound irony of the human experience that those who seek silence the most are often the ones who attract the loudest chaos. And this paradox lies at the heart of why the solitary soul becomes a magnet for toxic energy. You might find yourself wondering why, despite your genuine intention to live a life of tranquility and minimal interference, you seem to constantly find yourself in the crosshairs of manipulative personalities. To understand this, we must look deeply into the nature of conflict avoidance, not as a weakness, but as a trait that, when viewed through the lens of spirituality, can be dangerously misinterpreted by those who lack your depth. For the true loner, peace is not merely a preference. It is a vital necessity, a sanctuary where the mind can expand and the soul can breathe. Consequently, you naturally detest drama and the shallow noise of unnecessary confrontation. When a minor disrespect or a subtle slight comes your way, your instinct is not to engage in a battle of egos, but to let it slide, believing that preserving your inner harmony is worth far more than winning a trivial argument. You choose the high road, assuming that silence is the most dignified response to foolishness. However, this very stillness, which is a sign of your maturity, is perceived entirely differently by the predatory nature of a toxic individual. Where you see a choice for peace, they see an open door. Where you feel you are being the bigger person, they perceive a lack of boundaries. It is crucial to understand that toxic people operate on a primitive frequency where dominance is the only language they speak fluently. When they test the waters with a small insult or a boundary violation, and you do not immediately push back with fire and fury, they do not interpret your silence as wisdom. Instead, they view your conflict avoidance as a green light, a tacit permission slip that signals it is safe for them to proceed with worse behaviors. They realize that the loner, in their quest for serenity, will tolerate a certain level of discomfort to avoid a fight. And like a thief finding an unlocked window, they decide to enter your life and dismantle your piece by piece. This dynamic becomes a perilous trap because the escalation is often subtle at first, masked by your own patience and capacity for forgiveness. You might tell yourself that it is part of your spiritual awakening to be tolerant, to see the good in others, and to rise above the fray. Yet, Carl Jung warned us that we must integrate our shadow that capacity for aggression and self-defense. Otherwise, we become victims of our own virtues. By consistently avoiding conflict to maintain a superficial peace, you inadvertently feed the ego of the toxic person, confirming their belief that you are a safe target who will absorb their negativity without consequence. They are drawn to you not just because you are quiet, but because your silence feels like a void they can fill with their own chaotic narratives. The toxic person realizes that because you are self-contained and perhaps isolated by choice, there is no one else around to witness their manipulation or come to your defense, making you the perfect vessel for their emotional projection. Ultimately, the lesson here is not that you must abandon your love for peace, but that you must learn to distinguish between peacefulness and passivity. A true spiritual awakening involves realizing that your energy is sacred and that protecting it sometimes requires the uncomfortable act of confrontation. The toxic person acts as a harsh mirror, reflecting the parts of yourself that are afraid to take up space or assert authority. When you understand that your conflict avoidance is the very magnet drawing them in, you can begin to shift your frequency. You learn that saying no and drawing a hard line in the sand is not an act of war, but an act of supreme self-love. By extinguishing that green light and showing that while you prefer peace, you are fully capable of defending your sanctuary, you break the cycle. You stop being a magnet for those who wish to use you and start becoming a magnet for those who respect the sacred silence you carry within. To affirm your readiness to speak your truth, even when it's difficult, state your commitment. Comment below, "I honor my voice," to own your strength and remind others that they are not alone in this journey. In the end, the solution isn't to stop being a loner, but to become a conscious one. When you integrate your shadow and assert your worth, you stop acting as a magnet for predators and start attracting only those who respect your depth. Protecting your energy is the most valuable currency you have. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a thumbs up, share it, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Be sure to turn on notifications so you never miss a lesson on your spiritual journey. Seven signs that show you are being targeted by toxic people. Knowing your own darkness is the best method for dealing with the darknesses of other people. Carl Jung. Have you ever felt like a magnet for negativity, or that certain individuals are instinctively drawn to drain your energy? You are not alone, and according to analytical psychology, this is rarely a coincidence. Welcome back to Spiritual Wisdom. In today's video, we are diving deep into the unconscious dynamics of relationships to uncover the 7 signs that you are being targeted by toxic people. These aren't just red flags, they are invitations to strengthen your boundaries and integrate your shadow. By applying these insights to your daily life, you can reclaim your energy, move from being a victim to a victor, and find the authentic happiness you deserve. Which of these signs have you encountered in your own journey? Let us know in the comments below, and let's begin this path to self-discovery together. 1. Unusual, invasive attention. The first and perhaps most chilling sign that you are being targeted is the presence of unusual, invasive attention, a phenomenon that feels less like admiration and more like a dissection of your character. You may notice that this person watches you with an intensity that feels heavy, a gaze that does not linger with affection but pierces through you with cold calculation. This is because they do not admire you. They study you. Much like a predator observing prey in the wild, they are monitoring your every move, specifically analyzing how you handle pressure, stress, and disrespect to gather data on your psychological makeup. This phase is not about connection. It is a reconnaissance mission where they are mapping the topography of your emotions to find your breaking points and your boundaries. They are quietly noting what makes you smile, what makes you anxious, and most importantly, what you are willing to tolerate in the name of politeness or kindness. Beneath the guise of being interested in your life, they are running a series of silent tests, perhaps dropping a subtle insult or crossing a small boundary just to see if you will correct them or let it slide. As this invasive observation continues, they are looking for specific traits that mark you as a high-value target in their distorted reality. If their data collection reveals that you are deeply empathetic, forgiving, or slow to anger, they do not view these as virtues to be cherished, but as vulnerabilities to be leveraged. In their eyes, your patience signals that you are a manageable target. someone who will absorb their toxicity without immediate retaliation. They are searching for the person who will rationalize their bad behavior, the one who looks for the good in everyone, because that is the person they can control for the longest period. This is a perversion of connection, where your spiritual light becomes a beacon for their shadow. They crave your stability because they are internally chaotic. Consequently, this intense focus is the precursor to manipulation, as they are essentially building a user manual for your psyche, learning exactly which buttons to press to elicit the emotional supply they desperately need. Therefore, when you feel that piercing, analytical gaze, trust your instincts and realize that true connection feels like freedom, not like being placed under a microscope for inspection. Comment below, "I protect my energy," if you are ready to set boundaries against invasive attention. 2. Testing your boundaries. The journey of spiritual growth often means becoming a beacon of light in a world that can sometimes feel too dark. And it is this very radiance that attracts those living in the shadows. As you embark on your journey of self-awareness and growth, you will inevitably encounter individuals, conscious or unconscious, who seek to dim your light. And one of the most dangerous methods they employ is the subtle, calculated erosion of your personal sovereignty. You may find this movement begins not with a loud, hostile declaration, but with a silent, almost imperceptible intrusion into your personal space, a phenomenon best understood as the rigorous testing of your boundaries. This is no accident. It's a strategic probing, where toxic individuals deliberately cross boundaries with petty insults disguised as jokes, frequently interrupting you while you're speaking, or asking personal questions that you feel are slightly intrusive to the level of intimacy you share, all with the aim of measuring your tolerance and seeing how much of their burden you're willing to bear. Carl Jung warned us about the shadow, the repressed dark side of the psyche, and these individuals often manifest their own unresolved shadows by projecting them onto you, probing whether you accept their projection without resistance. As this testing phase progresses, the relationship becomes a psychological game where your reactions are meticulously recorded. If you choose to overlook these minor faults in order to appear kind or maintain peace, you inadvertently send a signal that you may succumb to their will. In the spiritual realm, we often confuse passivity with peace, believing that turning the other cheek means allowing our spirit to be trampled upon. But true wisdom recognizes that a boundary without consequences is merely a suggestion. When you allow these interruptions or insults to go unchecked, the toxic individual realizes your fortress is unguarded, and this knowledge allows them to go further, escalating their behavior from minor annoyances to serious violations of your dignity. However, the situation will change dramatically if you decide to stand firm and assert your value. If you resist their intrusion, you will find that they don't simply apologize and retreat. Instead, they often change tactics, transforming from aggressor into victim, or psychologically manipulating you into believing you are overly sensitive. But they never truly stop testing the limits of your patience. This persistent testing is characteristic of someone who views relationships not as the union of two souls, but as a struggle for dominance. And recognizing this is crucial for your continued growth. They constantly examine the structural integrity of your self-esteem, searching for loopholes where they can insert influence and control. It's important to understand that their behavior rarely relates to you personally, but rather to their need to regulate their own inner turmoil by controlling the external environment, including you. By maintaining a state of heightened vigilance and observing these interactions through the lens of spiritual wisdom, you can recognize what these tests are: invitations to lower your vibration and engage with a lower frequency of existence. Your journey demands constant vigilance, understanding that even as they change their methods, from overt criticism to passive-aggressive silence, their underlying intention to break down your defenses remains unchanged until you fortify your boundaries to be impenetrable. And recognizing that you are being targeted in this way is not a curse, but a call to strengthen your resolve, forcing you to clearly define who you are and what you allow into your sacred space. 3. Infiltrating your emotional space. Have you ever met someone new who, within moments of the introduction, made you feel as though you were the center of their universe, yet left you with a subtle, nagging feeling of unease that you could not quite place? This is often the first and most dangerous of the 7 signs that you are being targeted by a toxic individual, a maneuver that can be best described as the infiltration of your emotional space. In the realm of spiritual wisdom, we are often taught that trust is something sacred, a garden that must be tended to and grown over time. But a toxic person does not have the patience for seasons. They want the harvest immediately. They attempt to bypass professional or social distance with alarming speed, disregarding the natural boundaries that exist to protect your psyche. Instead of engaging in the polite, surface-level small talk that characterizes a healthy new acquaintance, like discussing the weather, work, or shared hobbies, they dive straight into the deep end, asking probing questions about your insecurities, your past traumas, and your current stressors. They do this under the cleverly disguised guise of concern or deep empathy, making you feel seen and heard in a way that feels intoxicatingly validating. However, you must understand that this is not genuine connection. It is reconnaissance. As the renowned Swiss psychiatrist Carl Jung once profoundly stated, "Where love rules, there is no will to power, and where power predominates, love is lacking." This quote perfectly illuminates their motivation, because their intrusion is not an act of love, but a calculated move for power. They are systematically scanning your emotional architecture to find where the doors are unlocked and where the windows are left open. They are hunting for your weak points, not to heal them, but to catalog them for later use. By encouraging you to overshare before trust has been earned, they create a false sense of intimacy, a phenomenon often called artificial closeness, which tricks your brain into believing this person is a safe haven. This is a violation of your spiritual boundaries. In spiritual wisdom, we understand that your energy is your currency, and you should not spend it on those who have not proven their worthiness to hold it. When you reveal your deepest fears to a manipulator, you are essentially handing them the blueprints to your soul, showing them exactly where to strike to hurt you the most when the mask inevitably slips. They want to know that you have abandonment issues so they can threaten to leave you. They want to know you feel inadequate at work so they can subtly criticize your career choices later. It is vital to remember that healthy relationships unfold like a flower, petal by petal, whereas toxic entanglements feel like an avalanche, overwhelming, fast, and destructive. If you feel rushed, if you feel that someone is prying into the dark corners of your life too soon, listen to that quiet voice of intuition. As the poet Maya Angelou famously said, "When someone shows you who they are, believe them the first time." If they show you they have no respect for the pace of your heart, believe that they will have no respect for the peace of your soul. Protect your inner sanctuary, for it is the most precious thing you possess, and true companions will respect the walls you have built until you are ready to open the gate yourself. Are you ready to reclaim your emotional space? If so, comment below. I choose boundaries to affirm your protection against toxic influence. 4. Subtle linguistic dominance. There is a profound and often unsettling realization that occurs when you begin to walk the path of true self-discovery. A realization that the darkness we fear is rarely a monster screaming in the night, but rather a shadow whispering kindly in our ear. As you deepen your understanding of the human psyche and traverse the delicate stages of your spiritual awakening, you will inevitably encounter individuals who do not wish to see you rise, but rather seek to anchor you to their own unresolved depths. It is essential to recognize that these toxic interactions are not always defined by open hostility or obvious aggression, which are easy to spot and defend against. Instead, the most dangerous form of control is invisible, cloaked in the guise of friendship or concern, and it begins with a psychological maneuver known as subtle linguistic dominance. This is not merely a conversation. It is a calculated game of hierarchy, where the other person uses language not to connect, but to position themselves vertically above you, establishing a subtle but firm dominance that is designed to erode your confidence without you even realizing the ground is shifting beneath your feet. You must pay close attention to the specific texture of their words, for this dominance often manifests through condescending tones that are soft enough to be plausible deniability, but sharp enough to cut through your self-esteem. They are masters of the backhanded compliment, a verbal weapon wrapped in silk, where they might say things like, "You are so brave to wear that I could never pull it off," or "It is great that you are finally trying to get your life together." Statements that ostensibly sound like praise, but actually carry a heavy, hidden payload of judgment and superiority. This behavior is deeply rooted in what Carl Jung would describe as the projection of the shadow. They project their own insecurities and need for control onto you, using unsolicited advice as a primary mechanism to reinforce this imbalance. When they offer you guidance that you never asked for, they are not acting out of altruism or genuine care, but rather they are subtly implying that you are incapable of managing your own existence and that they possess the wisdom you lack, thereby stealing your autonomy and painting themselves as the benevolent savior in a narrative where you are the helpless victim. The most chilling aspect of this dynamic, however, is not just what they say, but how they observe you while they say it. These individuals are predators of the psyche who meticulously watch for your micro-reactions, those split-second involuntary shifts in your facial expression or body language that reveal your inner state. They are scanning you for a flinch, a moment of hesitation, or a flicker of self-doubt. because these tiny signals act as confirmation that their tactic is working and that their barb has landed. If you pause, stutter, or look away in confusion, you have unwittingly handed them the validation they crave, proving to them that your emotional state is now under their jurisdiction. In the realm of spirituality, where your goal is to reclaim your sovereign energy and maintain a high vibration, falling prey to this linguistic trap acts as a heavy anchor, draining your vitality and leaving you questioning your own reality. This is a test of your awareness, for the toxic individual relies entirely on your lack of consciousness to maintain their control. They need you to remain asleep to the nuance of their manipulation. However, as you progress through your spiritual awakening, your intuition becomes sharper, and you begin to hear the undertone beneath the pleasantries, recognizing that their help is actually a disguise for their need to feel superior. By seeing this behavior for what it is, a desperate attempt by their ego to secure a sense of power, you strip them of their influence. You learn to stand firm in your own truth, offering no micro-reaction for them to feed upon. And in that stillness, you break the cycle of dominance, proving that while they may try to use words to build a cage around you, your spirit has already found the key to freedom. 5. Manipulating group dynamics. Have you ever walked into a room where you once felt welcomed, only to be met with a sudden, inexplicable chill in the air? It is a heavy, suffocating silence that suggests words were being exchanged just moments before you arrived, and it is one of the most unsettling indicators that you are being targeted by a toxic individual who is manipulating group dynamics against you. This behavior goes far beyond simple gossip or high school cliques. It is a calculated psychological maneuver designed to dismantle your reality. The toxic person understands that to control you, they must first isolate you, and to isolate you, they must poison the social soil in which you stand. They systematically begin to distort the perception others have of you, planting seeds of doubt and creating misunderstandings where none existed before. It is a shadowy art form where they act as the architect of chaos, yet often present themselves as the innocent peacemaker or the concerned friend to those around you. As you navigate this difficult terrain, you will notice that this manipulation is rarely done in plain sight. Instead, it operates through the subtle erosion of your reputation. The toxic individual will often highlight your mistakes to others, not with the intention of helping you grow, but to weaken your support system and validate their own distorted narrative. They might take a small, insignificant error you made and magnify it under a false lens of concern, whispering to your friends or colleagues, "I am so worried about them. Did you see what they did?" This is a projection of their own inner darkness, a concept deeply rooted in the philosophy of Carl Jung. By casting a shadow over your character, they attempt to hide their own insecurities and malicious intent. They are trying to sever the bonds of trust you have built with others, because a strong support system acts as a mirror that reflects your true worth. And that reflection is exactly what they want to shatter. When you are surrounded by people who love and understand you, the toxic person loses their power to define your reality. Therefore, they must cut those ties to make you easier to control. This experience, while incredibly painful, is frequently a catalyst for profound spirituality and self-discovery. When the external validation of your social circle is stripped away or tainted, you are forced to turn inward and rely on your own intuition and strength. You begin to see who truly values you and who was merely a bystander in your life. The toxic person's attempt to isolate you actually serves to filter your surroundings, leaving you only with those who possess the discernment to see the truth. In the realm of spiritual development, this is often viewed not as a punishment, but as a fierce clearing of the path. It teaches you that your value is not determined by the whispers of others or the number of people in your corner, but by the integrity of your own soul. You learn that those who are easily swayed by the poisoning of your environment were never truly your people to begin with. Furthermore, realizing that you are the target of such calculated manipulation is a sign that you possess a light or a strength that the toxic person finds threatening. They do not target those they deem beneath them. They target those who have something they envy or lack. Your resilience in the face of this social sabotage is a testament to your character. As you continue your journey, remember that the truth has a way of revealing itself in time. The cracks in their fabricated stories will eventually show, and the people who are meant to be in your life will see through the smoke and mirrors. Until then, stand firm in your truth, for this trial is forging a stronger, more discerning version of yourself, one that is no longer dependent on the approval of the crowd, but is anchored in deep self-knowledge and spiritual wisdom. Stay connected with our community of wisdom seekers by subscribing to our channel. Here, we share deep psychological insights to help you protect your energy and strengthen your spirit. Remember, you possess a unique inner strength, deserving of a life free from manipulation and full of peace. 6. Mirroring, the chameleon effect. Have you ever met someone new and felt an immediate, almost electric sense of recognition, as if you have known them for lifetimes? They seem to love everything you love. They speak with your cadence, and they validate your deepest values with an enthusiasm that feels destined. It is easy to believe that you have finally found a kindred spirit or a soulmate who understands you completely. But spiritual wisdom urges you to pause and look closer. For this intense alignment is often not destiny, but a psychological weapon known as mirroring. In the realm of dark psychology, this is often called the chameleon effect, where a toxic individual suppresses their own identity or lack thereof to perfectly mimic yours. They are studying you with the precision of a predator, observing your body language, your tone of voice, and the subtle cues of your vulnerabilities to construct a mask that looks exactly like your ideal partner or friend. You must understand that this is not compatibility. It is a strategy designed to bypass your critical thinking and lower your defenses before you even realize you are under siege. As the great Swiss psychiatrist Carl Jung once profoundly stated, the world will ask you who you are, and if you do not know, the world will tell you. In this case, the toxic person is telling you that they are exactly who you want them to be, but they are only reflecting your own light back at you to gain entry into your soul. When you are being targeted, the process feels rushed. The intimacy is manufactured at a speed that defies the natural, slow rhythm of genuine human connection. You might find yourself sharing your deepest secrets within hours of meeting them, prompted by their false vulnerability. only to find them nodding in perfect agreement with every opinion you hold. This is where your intuition and your inner spiritual wisdom must be heeded. If it feels too perfect, too fast, or too smooth, it is likely an illusion. They are holding up a mirror to your ego, feeding you the validation you crave, but there is no substance behind the glass. Carl Jung warned us about the dangers of the persona, the social mask we wear, but toxic individuals take this to a malignant extreme. They have no core self, so they steal yours for a fleeting moment to entrap you. By mimicking your values and likes, they create a false sense of safety, making you feel that to reject them would be to reject a part of yourself. However, you must remember that true spiritual connection requires the friction of difference and the patience of time to grow. Real relationships are built on the slow revelation of truth, not the instant gratification of a perfect echo. If you ignore these signs, you risk letting a vampire into your life who will drain your energy and then discard the mask the moment they have what they want. Therefore, when the connection feels dazzlingly instant, step back into your center, consult your intuition, and ask yourself, am I seeing a real person? Or am I just falling in love with my own reflection? 7. Curiosity turns into fixation. Have you ever felt a gaze that lingers just a moment too long? A sudden intensity in a relationship that feels less like connection and more like consumption? In the vast and often turbulent ocean of human interaction, we frequently encounter souls who are drawn to our light. Yet not all who approach the warmth of your spirit come with the intention of sharing it. Some come to steal it. As you journey deeper into your own spirituality, peeling back the layers of the unconscious mind to reach a state of true self-awareness, you will inevitably shine brighter, and this luminance acts as a beacon. While this light attracts fellow travelers and kindred spirits, it also draws the attention of those who dwell in the unhealed darkness of their own shadows. Carl Jung warned us that until we make the unconscious conscious, it will direct our lives, and we will call it fate. Similarly, toxic individuals are often driven by unconscious forces they cannot control, seeking to anchor themselves to your stability. Recognizing their tactics is not just about psychology. It is a critical step in protecting your energy during your spiritual awakening, ensuring that your path remains clear of those who view your soul not as a sanctuary, but as a resource to be depleted. This brings us to the first and perhaps most deceptive sign that you are being targeted. When what appears to be innocent curiosity mutates into an unnerving fixation. At the onset, this attention can feel flattering, mimicking the intimacy of a profound connection. Yet if you look closer, you will see that they are not engaging with you. They are studying you. They monitor your moods with a hypervigilance that feels suffocating, tracking the subtle shifts in your emotional state not to offer comfort, but to gather data. This behavior is rooted in a deep-seated need for control, for by knowing exactly what makes you tick, they believe they can manipulate the mechanism of your heart. They remember the smallest details of your life, a casual mention of a childhood fear, a preference for coffee, a specific insecurity, and while this may masquerade as affection, it is actually the weaponization of intimacy. They are hoarding these fragments of your identity to construct a cage, demanding more and more of your time until your world shrinks down to fit the size of their needs. In the realm of spirituality, we understand that true love and high vibrational connection are expansive, allowing both souls to breathe and grow. But this toxic fixation is the antithesis of growth. It is possession disguised as passion. They do not see you as an autonomous being with your own destiny. They see you as an extension of themselves, an object to be owned rather than a person to be cherished. This is why they view your independence as a mortal threat. Every time you assert your boundaries or choose to spend time in your own company, which is essential for anyone undergoing a spiritual awakening, they react with volatility or guilt, for your autonomy reminds them of their own inner emptiness. They are terrified that if you stand alone, you will realize you do not need them, and that realization shatters the illusion of control they rely on to survive. Therefore, when you notice that interest has hardened into obsession and that your freedom is being treated as a betrayal, understand that you are not being loved. You are being targeted by a spirit that seeks to feed on your light rather than ignite its own. If you are still with us, please comment, "I am protecting my peace," below. Your engagement signals to us that you are ready to set stronger boundaries. Remember, your energy is a finite resource, and recognizing these signs is the first step toward protecting it. You are not responsible for the toxicity of others, but you are responsible for the boundaries you set. Use this wisdom to reclaim your space and stand firm in your own light. If this message resonated with you, help us spread the light by hitting the like button and sharing this video. Don't forget to subscribe to the Spiritual Wisdom channel and turn on notifications to stay updated with our latest videos. When a narcissist breaks the soul contract with an empath, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Carl Jung. In today's episode on Spiritual Wisdom, we explore what truly happens when a narcissist breaks the soul contract with an empath, the hidden psychological and spiritual forces behind the pain, the awakening, and the profound transformation that follows. Have you ever felt a connection so intense it changed the course of your life? As you listen, reflect on how these insights apply to your own relationships and inner growth. And if this resonates with you, share your thoughts in the comments and let us know what this journey has taught your soul. 1. The connection is a soul contract, not a normal relationship. The empath-narcissist bond is never born from coincidence. It is a pre-life soul agreement woven long before either soul entered a body, where light chooses to meet shadow for the purpose of spiritual awakening. And this is why the connection feels charged with familiarity the instant it begins, as if two stories that were separated finally return to the same page. In this agreement, the empath represents pure, unconditional light, open-hearted, intuitive, and ready to see beneath the surface, while the narcissist embodies the shadow that hides behind ego, performance, and the desperate need to be adored. And this contrast creates a magnetic pull strong enough to feel like destiny. The empath is drawn in because they sense the wounded child behind the narcissist's mask, believing their compassion can heal what is broken. And the narcissist becomes equally attached because the empath's attention acts as a mirror that reflects their idealized self back at them. allowing them to temporarily escape the emptiness they fear. Both enter the connection, believing they have found what they were searching for, yet for completely opposite reasons. The empath thinks they have met a soulmate to grow with, while the narcissist believes they have found a perfect reflection that will worship their image. And this difference is what turns the relationship into an emotional battlefield disguised as love. As the bond deepens, the empath continues offering light understanding, patience, softness, forgiveness, while the narcissist feeds off that light to maintain their fragile identity. And over time, the dynamic becomes an unspoken exchange where the empath gives and the narcissist takes, each replaying their deepest unconscious patterns. The empath, driven by spirituality and a longing for emotional truth, believes that if they just love harder, stay softer, or fix themselves, the narcissist will finally open up, while the narcissist becomes increasingly dependent on the empath's attention to hold their fragmented self together. Yet the more light the empath pours into the connection, the more the narcissist must protect their shadow, because being truly seen feels threatening, and so they respond with blame, projection, manipulation, or emotional withdrawal to avoid the mirror the empath's presence creates. This is where the soul contract begins to activate its true purpose, because the empath is forced to confront not only the narcissist's shadow, but their own self-abandonment, the inner wound that taught them to earn love by sacrificing themselves. When the narcissist breaks the connection, whether through discard, betrayal, or cold emotional detachment, it may feel like devastation. But on a higher level, it is the soul contract completing its task, pushing the empath inward to reclaim the light they spent trying to save someone else. The narcissist, confronted with the loss of their mirror, is given a rare chance to face their emptiness, though most will run from it, while the empath begins the deeper work of spiritual awakening by asking hard questions. Why did I believe intensity was love? Why did I ignore my own needs? Why did I stay in a place that dimmed my spirit? Through this painful unraveling, the empath emerges wiser, stronger, and more aligned with their true self, learning that their light is not meant to be a mirror for someone else's ego, but a sanctuary for their own soul. And when the lesson is fully integrated, the empath realizes that this was never a normal relationship. It was a sacred contract designed to break illusions, awaken inner truth, and lead them toward a higher level of spirituality and self-understanding, turning the darkest connection into the beginning of their spiritual awakening. Comment below. I release the soul contract. If you are ready to step into clarity, healing, and your true power. 2. The narcissist doesn't love the empath. They feed on reflection. The narcissist does not truly see your soul. What they see is their own image reflected back through your empathy, your devotion, and your light. And this is the great illusion that traps you at the beginning of the connection, because it feels magical, intense, and destined. Yet it is not built on mutual love, but on emotional reflection, where you are loving while they are feeding. You experience the bond as deep recognition and emotional intimacy, while they experience it as supply, admiration, and confirmation of their identity. And this difference is what slowly creates the inner fracture inside you, because your heart is bonding in truth, while theirs is only performing attachment through the ego. You feel chosen, seen, and valued at first because you are reflecting back everything they long to believe about themselves. Power, desirability, importance, control. Yet beneath that illusion, they are not connecting with your inner world, your fears, your softness, or your spiritual depth, but with how your energy makes them feel about who they are. This is why the connection can feel spiritual to you while remaining fundamentally transactional to them. And this is also why the bond begins to break the moment you stop orbiting their reflection. The moment your authenticity rises, your boundaries strengthen, or your own spiritual development begins to unfold. As your awareness expands, the illusion weakens, and what once felt like devotion begins to shift into withdrawal, manipulation, emotional coldness, or devaluation, leaving you confused and questioning what you did wrong, even though this rupture was never caused by failure within you, but by truth surfacing within the connection. You were loving from the soul. They were feeding from the mirror. And when the mirror stops reflecting their fantasy, the narcissist feels threatened instead of inspired, because true intimacy requires vulnerability. And vulnerability is precisely what the narcissistic structure avoids. What feels like heartbreak to you is actually the collapse of illusion. The moment when spirituality separates from emotional attachment, forcing you to confront the difference between being loved and being used as a reflection. The breaking of the soul bond does not mean love has failed. It means the contract of illusion has expired, and your nervous system, your intuition, and your higher awareness are no longer willing to participate in a dynamic where your light is consumed but not honored. You are not losing love. You are losing distortion, projection, and the emotional role you were unconsciously assigned to play. Through this breaking, your spiritual development accelerates in ways that cannot be undone, because you begin to see that real love does not require you to minimize yourself, overgive, or abandon your inner truth to earn connection. You begin to understand that the pain you feel is not punishment, but purification. Not rejection, but redirection. Not the loss of your worth, but the recovery of it. The narcissist does not leave because you are not enough. They leave because you are becoming too real to be mirrored without exposure. This experience teaches you that spirituality is not built on fantasy, but on clarity. Not on seduction, but on self-respect. Not on emotional dependency, but on conscious connection. And as this awareness settles into your body, you begin to reclaim the parts of yourself that were dimmed for the sake of harmony. You learn to love without disappearing, to feel without self-betrayal, to connect without losing your center, and to recognize reflection without mistaking it for devotion. 3. The break happens through betrayal, silence, or withdrawal. When the narcissist ultimately reaches the limit of their tolerance, unable to withstand being exposed by the piercing clarity of the empath's light, they do not simply choose to leave. They dismantle the entire reality of the relationship. This is not a rational decision, but a desperate defense mechanism triggered when your authenticity inadvertently shines a light into the dark corners of their psyche that they have spent a lifetime hiding. As Carl Jung famously noted, people will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own souls. And in this dynamic, the narcissist chooses to collapse the connection rather than face the reflection you offer. They retreat into a fortress of emotional coldness, utilizing devaluation or sudden silence as a shield. This withdrawal is often absolute and jarring, leaving you disoriented, as if the person you knew has simply ceased to exist, replaced by a stranger who looks at you with indifference or disdain. This brutal shift creates a silence that is louder than any argument, serving as a form of betrayal that strikes at the very core of your trust. You may find yourself searching for logical explanations, but spiritual wisdom teaches us that this behavior is not about logic. It is about energy preservation for the narcissist's fragile ego. They utilize disappearance or ghosting as a way to regain control, attempting to starve you of the emotional sustenance you once shared. By withdrawing their presence, they attempt to invalidate your reality, making you question your own worthiness. However, this cruel silence is actually a revelation, a clear signal that they can no longer maintain the mask they wore to mirror you. The illusion has shattered because it could not survive the frequency of truth that you naturally embody. Consequently, the true end of this relationship does not happen through a mutual conversation or a formal breakup. It happens as a visceral, energetic event. The soul contract doesn't end outwardly with closure. It snaps energetically inside the empath. You will feel this rupture deep within your intuition, a sudden realization that the cord has been severed and the karmic lesson has concluded. It is a moment of profound internal shifting, where you realize that no amount of love or understanding can bridge the gap that has opened up. This snap is painful, yet it is also the universe's way of liberating you, breaking the tether so that you can stop pouring your light into a void and begin the journey of returning that energy to yourself. Are you ready to release the pain of betrayal and step into your healing? If so, comment below. I choose my healing to honor your commitment to this transformational journey. 4. The empath enters a forced spiritual awakening. Individuation. The breaking of the soul contract does not arrive as a simple ending, but as a forced spiritual awakening that rips through the empath's inner world without warning. What follows is not just emotional pain, but the deep psychological and spiritual destruction of the old self, a collapse so complete that it feels as though the very structure of identity is being dismantled from the inside. Emotional chaos surges first. Grief, confusion, longing, fear, and sudden emptiness collide without order, leaving the empath overwhelmed by waves of feeling that seem too vast to contain. The nervous system struggles to find stability because what once provided emotional orientation has vanished, and the heart is left suspended between what was and what can no longer be. This chaos is not random. It is the psyche breaking open so the soul can surface. As the inner world fractures, the sense of time itself begins to distort. Days feel endlessly heavy, while hours disappear without trace, creating a strange dislocation between the outer world and the inner descent. This altered sense of time reflects the shift from ordinary consciousness into a deeper psychological territory where the unconscious begins to rule. The empath may feel detached from reality, not because they are lost, but because the ego is loosening its grip. The familiar rhythm of life no longer fits, and the mind struggles to orient itself as the past replays. The future dissolves, and the present becomes a strange, weightless space of waiting and reckoning. Dreams intensify as the unconscious rises to the surface, carrying with it symbols of collapse, death, and transformation. Images of falling, crumbling structures, Dark waters, endless corridors, and shattered mirrors appear uninvited, each carrying messages the waking mind cannot yet translate. These are not ordinary dreams, but communications from the depths, signaling that the old identity is no longer sustainable. Alongside the dreams comes an inner collapse, a silent crumbling of beliefs, roles, attachments, and self-images that once provided meaning. The empath may feel as though everything they believed about love, connection, and self-worth is dissolving at once, leaving behind a terrifying emotional nakedness. This phase reflects what Jung described as the death of the old identity before rebirth, the necessary destruction that precedes individuation. The empath does not merely lose a relationship, they lose the version of themselves that was shaped around that bond. The personality that learned to overgive, to tolerate confusion, to seek validation through emotional labor, and to survive through attachment can no longer exist in its former form. The collapse forces direct confrontation with the shadow, both the narcissist's and one's own, and exposes the hidden wounds, unconscious patterns, and unhealed childhood imprints that sustain the dynamic. Spirituality shifts from being a concept to an unavoidable inner process, and spiritual awakening becomes less about enlightenment and more about dismantling illusion. Through this destruction, the psyche is stripped down to what is essential. The empath may feel as though they are losing their mind, when in truth they are losing the false self that once protected them. The chaos, the temporal disorientation, the symbolic dreams, and the inner collapse all point toward the same truth. The old identity must die so that a more integrated self can emerge. This is not a gentle initiation. It is ruthless, isolating, and disorienting, but it carries within it the silent mechanics of rebirth. What feels like total breakdown is, at its core, the beginning of wholeness, taking form beneath the ruins. 5. Residual soul energy causes haunting feelings and dreams. Even after the separation has long been decided in your mind, the empath still feels the narcissist's energy moving through their inner world in quiet but persistent ways, through dreams that suddenly pull their face back into your sleep, through emotional waves that rise without warning, and through synchronicities that feel too precise to ignore. Yet this is not a reunion. This is an energetic residue that must be consciously released. When a soul contract breaks, the emotional and energetic imprint does not always dissolve at the same pace as physical distance. And for an empath, whose nervous system is naturally attuned to subtle emotional frequencies, that residue can feel real, heavy, and deeply personal. What lingers is not the person themselves, but the memory stored in your emotional body and subconscious layers. The dreams are not messages inviting you back. They are the mind's way of releasing stored emotion. The sudden sadness that floods your chest is not proof that love still binds you. It is the nervous system discharging stress it once learned to hold. The synchronicities are not signs of destiny reuniting you. They are echoes from a chapter that has not yet been fully integrated within your sense of self. The narcissist once fed on your emotional supply, and the bond was maintained through emotional intensity rather than genuine mutual growth. When that attachment ends, what remains is the pattern, not the purpose. This is where spirituality and spiritual development quietly take over, because this phase is not about the other person anymore. It is about you learning how to retrieve your own energy and restore emotional sovereignty. Carl Jung taught that what continues to haunt us is often part of our own shadow-seeking integration. The connection felt powerful not only because of them, but because it activated your own deepest fears, longings, and survival patterns. The residue you feel now is the final unraveling of the identity you carried inside that bond. It is the part of you that once believed love required self-sacrifice, learning that safety can exist without emotional overextension. Energy does not disappear simply because communication ends. It transforms only through awareness and conscious release. This is why emotional detachment without internal healing often fails, because the bond is not only stored in memory, it is stored in the body. When you return your focus to your breath, your daily rhythm, your creative expression, and your inner stillness, the emotional waves begin to soften. When you refuse to romanticize pain and instead process it with compassion, the dreams start to fade. When you stop interpreting every coincidence as a signal and start grounding your awareness in the present moment, the synchronicities lose their emotional charge. True spiritual development in this phase means choosing integration over obsession, clarity over confusion, and self-trust over emotional dependency. You are not being pulled backward by fate. You are being invited forward by awareness. The lesson moving through you is teaching you that lingering energy does not mean unfinished destiny. It means unprocessed emotion. And what you are ready to process, you no longer need to carry. The value here is simple and practical. Stop mistaking emotional residue for meaning. Stop interpreting memory as a message and allow your healing to complete the energetic separation that your life has already made. Leave your like and subscribe to the channel. And don't forget to activate the notification bell so you never miss deep insights like this. And if you're ready to release the lingering energy that still haunts your soul, comment below. I am freeing my spirit. 6. The empath must release, not rescue. Believing that you must heal or save the narcissist is the most dangerous illusion an empath can carry, because the moment you accept that role, you unknowingly agree to keep the soul contract alive without end, draining your energy while postponing your own healing. This dynamic does not exist to be fixed through sacrifice or endurance, but to be understood through awareness. Because as Carl Jung warned, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Once you recognize that your urge to rescue is not love, but conditioning, the spell begins to loosen, and spiritual wisdom replaces emotional confusion, allowing you to see that compassion without boundaries is not virtue, it is self-erasure. The true work is not confrontation, persuasion, or emotional struggle, but awareness, emotional neutrality, and energetic detachment, because every emotional reaction feeds the contract, while neutrality quietly dissolves it. Detachment does not mean becoming cold or unfeeling. It means learning how to feel without being controlled, to care without being consumed, and to love without self-betrayal. The narcissist was never meant to be your lifelong mission, but a catalyst that forced you to discover your limits, your patterns, and your power. And when you stop pouring your life force into their wounds, the energetic cords weaken naturally, even if grief lingers for a time. As Jung observed, where love rules, there is no will to power, and where power predominates, love is lacking. And this explains why empathy could never cure the hunger for control, why patience never satisfied domination, and why self-sacrifice only deepened the imbalance. The moment you choose awareness over attachment, neutrality over reaction, and self-loyalty over emotional obligation, the contract begins to collapse on its own, not through force, but through absence of fuel. And in that quiet withdrawal, your spiritual wisdom matures. Your nervous system relearns safety without chaos, and your identity shifts from rescuer to sovereign, where peace no longer depends on anyone else's transformation. 7. The narcissist enters long-term inner collapse after the break. Once the empath's reflective light is gone, the narcissist enters a long and silent collapse, because what breaks is not just a bond, but the false identity that depended on being seen, validated, and emotionally stabilized by someone else. Without that mirror, their inner structure begins to disintegrate as identity collapse takes over, leaving them unsure of who they are without admiration and emotional supply. This collapse feels like a growing void inside them, a hollow space they cannot fill, which pushes them into obsessive replacement attempts. They rush toward new people not out of love, but out of fear, trying to find another empathic presence to regulate their chaos. Yet each new connection feels weaker than the last, and the temporary high fades faster every time, creating an exhausting cycle of pursuit, disappointment, and emotional agitation. As this pattern repeats, paranoia begins to rise, because without the empath's stabilizing energy, the narcissist no longer has anyone to filter their insecurity. Suspicion becomes their constant companion, fear that others will expose them, leave them, or see through their facade. This deepens their emptiness, amplifies their emotional instability, and creates the sense that the world is closing in on them. Inside this turmoil, karmic mirroring quietly activates. Every manipulation they once inflicted, gaslighting, rejection, emotional withdrawal, control, returns to them through new relationships and life experiences. It is not revenge, but consequence, the psyche forcing them to feel what they once caused, so they finally confront the very wounds they spent years projecting onto others. Their suffering, however, remains internal and invisible. On the outside, they may appear confident or unaffected, but inside, they endure a private implosion, restlessness, dissatisfaction, and the unsettling sense that something essential has been lost. With no empathy to regulate their emotions, they oscillate between grandiosity and despair, between entitlement and worthlessness, trying to outrun the shadow they can no longer suppress. This is where spirituality and spiritual awakening subtly weave into the collapse. Without the empath's energy to lean on, the narcissist is finally left alone with their fragmented self, the childhood wounds they denied, and the emotional truths they refused to face. The absence of the empath becomes a mirror they cannot escape, forcing them to confront the consequences of their actions, the emptiness beneath their persona, and the loneliness created by their own patterns. Their inner breakdown unfolds quietly but relentlessly, proving that when the empath withdraws, the narcissist does not simply move on, they unravel from within. Identity collapses, replacements fail, paranoia grows, emptiness expands, and the universe begins returning every hidden truth through karmic reflection. And while the world may never see this descent, it is the most profound fallout of the broken soul contract, a collapse that happens not in public chaos, but in private silence, where no performance can hide the fracture. To honor your strength through this awakening, affirm your clarity and self-worth. Comment below, "I reclaim my power," to mark your rise beyond the shadow and inspire others to choose their own path of healing. 8. The contract ends through the empath's ascension, not reunion. The contract completes only when you stop reacting, stop hoping, and stop trying to save. Because at that precise moment, you rise into sovereignty, and the narcissist is forced to face their shadow alone. When you stop reacting, you are no longer emotionally pulled into their storms, their silence, their accusations, or their shifting moods, and you begin to see how much of your energy was once spent proving your worth instead of protecting your peace. You no longer explain yourself endlessly or shrink to avoid conflict. Instead, you choose calm, distance, and emotional self-control. And this quiet shift becomes the first real act of power you have claimed for yourself. When you stop hoping, you are not giving up on love. You are waking up from the illusion that your love can transform someone who refuses to see themselves. Hope once kept you waiting for apologies that never arrived, for growth that was always promised but rarely shown. The moment you release that hope, you also release the emotional suspension that keeps your life on pause. You accept reality as it is instead of how you wished it could be. And this acceptance becomes a radical act of spiritual development because it returns you to truth instead of fantasy. When you stop trying to save, you step out of the rescuer role that wants to find your identity in the connection. You recognize that your empathy, no matter how deep, cannot heal a person who does not choose accountability. This is where your understanding of spirituality matures, because you learn that compassion does not require self-sacrifice, and love does not require self-erasure. You realize that each soul must confront its own wounds, and no amount of your effort can replace another person's responsibility to grow. As you withdraw your energy from the cycle, your inner world begins to shift. The attention that once revolved around their approval, their validation, and their emotional needs slowly returns to your own nervous system, your own values, and your own purpose. You begin to feel a new stillness inside yourself, a sense of authority that does not seek permission. This is the moment when you truly rise into sovereignty, not through dominance or superiority, but through self-ownership, discernment, and emotional independence. At the same time, the narcissist loses the mirror that once reflected their importance and soothed their inner emptiness. Without your reactions, your hope, and your rescuing energy, the illusion that sustained them begins to crack. Some will immediately seek another source of validation to avoid themselves, but others will be left alone with the very shadow they spent their lives trying to escape. In that isolation, they are finally confronted by the fear, shame, and unresolved pain that your presence once helped them deny. The completion of the soul contract is not about reunion, closure conversations, or shared healing journeys. It is about the moment you no longer need anything from them to move forward. You carry the lessons inward rather than outward, learning how to recognize manipulation, honor your intuition, and no longer confuse emotional intensity with genuine love. You grow wiser in how you choose, how you give, and how you protect your heart without closing it. What once drained you now instructs you. You learn that empathy without boundaries becomes self-betrayal, that love without accountability becomes a trap, and that spiritual development requires discernment as much as compassion. The contract ends not when both souls agree, but when one soul evolves beyond the need for the bond itself. In the end, when a narcissist breaks the soul contract with an empath, it is not a punishment, but a profound redirection. It is the moment the empath finally remembers their worth, retrieves their power, and steps into the deeper truth of who they were always meant to become. The pain is real, but so is the awakening. And as Carl Jung reminds us, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. This journey is your invitation to rise, reclaim your light, and rewrite your story with clarity and spiritual wisdom. If this message resonated with you, please like this video, share it with someone who needs it, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. And don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss any of our upcoming insights. Your growth matters, and we're here to walk this path with you. Seven hidden hair signs you are entering a higher vibration. Carl Jung once said, "Your vision will become clear only when you can look into your own heart. Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakes." But what if the signs of that awakening were already manifesting physically right in the strands of your hair? Welcome back to Spiritual Wisdom, where we bridge the gap between ancient psychology and spiritual evolution. Today, we are revealing the 7 hidden hair signs you are entering a higher vibration, exploring how your physical form mirrors your internal growth. As we dive into this wisdom, I have a question for you. Have you noticed sudden changes in your hair's texture or vitality during moments of deep intuition? Let me know in the comments below. I read every story. Now, if you are ready to decode what your body is trying to tell you, let's begin this journey together. 1. Vibrational luminosity, the inner glow. In the vast and mysterious landscape of spirituality, our physical bodies often serve as the most honest barometers of our internal state, acting as maps that chart the geography of our souls, and nowhere is this more evident than in the condition of our hair, which has long been regarded in ancient traditions as an extension of the nervous system and a conductor of cosmic energy. As we embark on the tumultuous yet rewarding journey of a spiritual awakening, we often look for grand visions or thunderous revelations. Yet the truth is frequently found in the quiet transformation of our biology, specifically in what we might call vibrational luminosity, or the inner glow. This phenomenon is not merely a matter of aesthetics or the result of an expensive conditioning treatment, but rather, it is the first distinctive sign that you are entering a higher frequency of existence. You may begin to observe that your hair develops a natural, inexplicably radiant shine and luster that seems to emanate from the core of the strand itself, a sheen that no product, oil, or serum can artificially replicate because it is not born of chemistry, but of alchemy. This luminosity is the physical manifestation of energetic alignment, a concept that Carl Jung might liken to the integration of the shadow, where the friction of our internal conflicts ceases to drain us, allowing our vital life force to flow unimpeded. When you are trapped in the lower vibrations of survival, fear, and unresolved trauma, your body is in a constant state of physiological stress, a dryness that permeates every cell, rendering the hair brittle, dull, and lifeless, much like a plant deprived of water. However, as you commit to the work of spirituality, shedding the heavy, dense layers of accumulated anxiety and releasing the emotional burdens that have long weighed upon your shoulders, a miraculous physiological shift occurs. This release of emotional density acts like a soothing balm to your entire system, allowing your nervous system to shift from a sympathetic state of fight or flight into a parasympathetic state of rest and digest, deeply hydrating your internal landscape and calming the electrical storms of the mind. As this inner tranquility takes root, your body ceases to hoard its resources for survival and begins to channel energy toward flourishing, causing your hair to reflect the light of your inner peace. It is as if the very structure of your hair becomes translucent, a halo of vitality that signifies you have moved beyond the heavy, opaque armor of the ego and into the luminous transparency of the soul. This newfound shine is a testament to the fact that you are no longer merely surviving the chaos of the world, but you are metabolizing your experiences with grace, turning the lead of your suffering into the gold of wisdom. Therefore, when you catch that glint of light in your hair, recognize it not as vanity, but as a sacred confirmation that your spiritual awakening is physically altering you, proving that as you heal the invisible wounds within, the visible world begins to glow in resonance with your truest self. Comment below, "I radiate divine light," if you are ready to embrace your inner glow. 2. Effortless flow, softness, and manageability. Have you ever noticed that on certain mornings, as you stand before the mirror with your brush in hand, the bristles seem to glide through your strands as if they are moving through water, devoid of the usual resistance or knots that once plagued your daily routine? This subtle shift in the texture and manageability of your hair is not merely a result of a new conditioner or a change in the humidity, but rather it is a profound biological and energetic reflection of a much deeper transformation occurring within your psyche. Your hair is far more than just dead protein filaments. It is an extension of your nervous system and a sensitive antenna that broadcasts the state of your inner world, serving as a tangible record of your history, your stress, and your emotional vibration. In the past, when you found yourself constantly battling against the currents of your destiny, trying to control every outcome and micromanaging the people around you, your body was flooded with the chemistry of resistance, causing your hair to become brittle, tangled, and defensive, much like your own spirit. However, as you embark further on your path of spirituality and commit yourself to genuine spiritual development, a softness begins to emerge from the inside out, signaling that you have finally stopped forcing your way through life and have instead chosen to embrace the rhythm of existence. This transition into softness is the physical manifestation of surrender, a state where you are no longer holding on to old traumas or tightening your grip on how you think life ought to look, but are instead allowing the universe to support you. Just as water flows effortlessly around obstacles, never struggling but always finding its way, your spirit is learning to move with the same grace, and your physical body is responding by releasing the tension it has held for years. The knots in your hair were often symbolic of the knots in your mind, the overthinking, the worry, and the rigid need for certainty. But as those mental knots loosen through your dedication to spiritual development, the physical manifestations of that stress dissolve alongside them. You are entering a vibration of ease where the struggle is replaced by trust. And this lack of internal resistance means your energy field is no longer jagged or chaotic, but smooth and harmonious. It is a sign that you are becoming a vessel for higher energy, allowing life to move through you rather than crashing against you. And this effortless flow is the ultimate confirmation that you are aligning with your true, authentic self. When you stop fighting the wars within yourself, your body receives the signal that it is safe to soften, safe to relax, and safe to shine without defense. This change in your hair is a quiet, intimate message from your soul to your conscious mind, validating that the inner work you have been doing is taking root and bearing fruit in the material world. It is a reminder that the most powerful form of strength is not rigidity or hardness, but rather the capacity to remain soft and manageable in a world that often demands hardness. As you continue to nurture your spirituality, you will find that this manageability extends far beyond your morning routine, seeping into your relationships, your career, and your daily challenges, turning what used to be mountains of frustration into simple, manageable hills. You are no longer a stone blocking the river, but the water itself. And in this state of effortless flow, you realize that everything you need comes to you, not because you forced it, but because you became the kind of person who could receive it with grace. 3. Scalp sensitivity, the crown chakra opening. The phenomenon often begins subtly, manifesting as an inexplicable tingling sensation, a gentle pressure, or a distinct heightened sensitivity to touch and temperature specifically localized on the scalp, acting as the first tangible indicator that you are entering a higher vibration. This is not a sensation to be dismissed as a mere dermatological triviality or a reaction to the physical environment. Rather, it represents a profound physiological and energetic shift occurring at the very summit of your being. In the realm of spiritual wisdom, the scalp is far more than just skin covering the skull. It is the physical guardian of the crown chakra, the energetic gateway known in ancient traditions as the thousand-petaled lotus. When you experience this specific type of sensitivity, it signifies that this dormant energy center is stirring from its slumber, effectively thinning the veil between your individual consciousness and the expansive energy of the universe. It is as if the roof of your spiritual house is being opened to allow the light of the cosmos to flood in, and your physical body is reacting to this immense influx of high-frequency light and information by creating these somatic sensations. You are physically registering the presence of the divine, feeling the weight of spiritual downloads as they press against the boundaries of your current understanding, urging you to expand your capacity for awareness. Central to this experience is the role of your hair, which serves a function far more complex and mystical than modern aesthetics acknowledge. Within this context of spiritual awakening, your hair acts as a sophisticated spiritual sensor, operating much like the delicate whiskers of a feline or the antennae of an insect, reaching out into the ether to gather subtle data. Each strand of hair is rooted in a nerve-rich follicle that acts as a conduit for energy, picking up on the electromagnetic frequencies and emotional vibrations of the environment around you. When your vibration raises, your nervous system becomes hyper-attuned, and your hair becomes an extension of this heightened nervous system, detecting shifts in the atmosphere that the eyes cannot see and the ears cannot hear. This creates a feedback loop where the external vibrations of the world interact directly with your internal energetic state through the medium of the scalp. It validates the ancient belief held by many indigenous cultures and sages that long hair preserves energy and increases intuition. You are literally feeling the static of the spiritual realm as your personal frequency aligns with the higher dimensions, turning your physical form into a finely tuned instrument of reception. This biological and spiritual integration brings to mind the profound insights of Carl Jung, who dedicated his life to bridging the gap between the known physical world and the unknown depths of the psyche. Jung famously noted that the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. And this scalp sensitivity is a somatic marker of that becoming, a sign that the self is merging with the greater whole. As the crown chakra opens and the scalp tingles with this new aliveness, you are stepping out of the isolation of the ego and into the collective interconnectedness that Jung described. The pressure you feel is the dissolving of old mental structures, making way for a new architecture of thought that is aligned with universal truth. It is a process of energetic refinement where the body must adjust to house a more potent spirit. Therefore, when this sensation arises, it is an invitation to stillness and trust, a confirmation that you are not just imagining a change, but are physically and spiritually mutating into a being capable of holding and transmitting a frequency of light that was previously inaccessible to you. If you accept this energy and are ready to expand, repeat after me. I release all resistance to my awakening. I claim this energetic shift as a blessing for my soul. 4. Resonance with authenticity, loving your natural texture. The journey into a higher state of consciousness often manifests first in the quietest moments of your morning routine, specifically in the sudden, inexplicable drop of the desire to alter who you are physically. For the longest time, your hair may have been viewed as a project, a problem to be solved, or a wild entity to be tamed through heat, chemicals, and relentless manipulation. This compulsion to straighten what is naturally curly or to curl what is naturally straight is rarely just about aesthetic preference. Rather, it is deeply rooted in the illusion of control, a psychological mechanism where the ego attempts to dictate reality to assuage the subtle fear of not being enough. However, as you undergo a profound spiritual awakening, this internal friction begins to dissolve, and you find yourself looking in the mirror, feeling a strange, new exhaustion with the artifice of it all. The straightening irons gather dust. The appointments to chemically alter your essence are canceled, and in their place rises a profound sense of peace with your natural state. This is the undeniable sign of resonance with authenticity, a clear indication that the war you have been waging against your own biology is finally coming to an end. This significant shift represents an act of what can be best described as vibrational sovereignty, a reclaiming of your energy from the external expectations that once held you captive. When you stop manipulating your hair, you are doing far more than changing a hairstyle. You are releasing the deep-seated shame that once whispered that your natural texture, your raw, unedited self, was essentially flawed, messy, or inadequate. In the realm of deep spirituality, this is a critical pivot point where the soul asserts its dominance over the persona, allowing the mask to fall away so the true self can breathe. By embracing your natural texture, you are returning to your authentic code, signaling to the universe that you are finally safe to be yourself without modification or apology. The specific patterns, waves, or flow you once despised become a testament to your freedom, serving as a physical declaration that you are no longer willing to twist yourself into shapes that do not fit your spirit. You are learning to flow with the river of your own existence rather than swimming upstream against it. And this radical acceptance of your physical reality serves as the ultimate foundation for holding a higher vibration. 5. Hair appearing in dreams. When you drift into the enigmatic world of dreams, you are not simply experiencing random firings of the brain, but rather entering a sacred dialogue with your own subconscious, where deep truths are communicated through powerful symbols. Among these nocturnal messages, the appearance of hair stands out as a profound indicator of your current state of being, signaling that you are traversing a critical threshold in your personal spirituality. In these visions, hair is far more than a physical trait. It serves as a potent archetype for your identity, your vitality, and the psychic power you hold in the waking world. When your soul begins to vibrate at a higher frequency, your subconscious mind uses the image of hair to illustrate the complex changes happening within your internal landscape, acting as a mirror to the transformation of your ego and self-concept. If you find yourself dreaming of cutting your hair, this is rarely a sign of vanity or superficial change, but rather a dramatic and necessary symbol of release and renewal. This act signifies that you are consciously or unconsciously severing ties with a past version of yourself that no longer resonates with your evolving spirit. It is a visual representation of shedding old skins, letting go of outdated beliefs, and releasing the heavy emotional baggage that has kept you tethered to a lower vibration. By removing the old hair in the dream, you are making space for new growth, effectively declaring to the universe that you are ready to step into a lighter, more authentic existence. This is a crucial aspect of spiritual development, as it requires the bravery to dismantle who you were to become who you are destined to be. On the other hand, dreams that involve brushing, grooming, or attempting to untangle knotted hair point toward a desire for clarity and the restoration of order within your psyche. When you encounter tangled hair in a dream, it often reflects the confusion or chaotic energy you may be navigating in your daily life. serving as a gentle nudge from your inner self to pause and address these complications. The act of brushing through these knots symbolizes your active participation in smoothing out the rough edges of your thoughts and emotions, aligning your mental state with the peace you seek. It suggests that you are in the process of integrating new wisdom, organizing your internal world so that intuition can flow through you without obstruction, much like energy flowing through the nervous system. These vivid dreams are confirmations that your soul is hard at work, even while your body rests, integrating the massive spiritual shifts you are experiencing. Whether you are cutting away the old or grooming the new, your subconscious is revealing that your identity is fluid and currently undergoing a magnificent restructuring. By paying attention to these signs, you validate your own journey, understanding that the changes in your self-perception are not crises, but celebrations of growth. You are effectively graduating to a new level of consciousness, where your external identity is finally beginning to match the luminous, high vibrational reality of your spirit. Leave a like and subscribe to our channel, and activate the notification bell so you don't miss any profound insights like this, and continue elevating your frequency. Type in the comments, "I am ready to receive higher wisdom." 6. Syncing with lunar cycles. There is a profound and often overlooked phenomenon that occurs when your internal vibration begins to rise. A subtle communication between your physical body and the cosmos that manifests through the simple, everyday act of grooming. You may find yourself standing in front of a mirror, struck by a sudden, visceral urge to cut your hair, or, conversely, an overwhelming desire to deeply nourish and treat it without any logical reason or planned schedule. If you were to check the calendar in that precise moment, you would likely discover a startling synchronization. Your intuitive impulse aligns perfectly with the phases of the moon. This is not a coincidence, nor is it merely a fleeting whim of vanity. It is a powerful indication that you have begun to exit the rigid, linear construct of artificial clock time and have successfully returned to organic spiritual timing. In this state, you are no longer marching to the mechanical ticking of a man-made watch, but rather flowing with the ancient cyclical rhythms of nature itself, vibrating in harmony with the celestial bodies that govern the tides and the seasons. This deep sensitivity suggests that your connection to the natural world is being restored to its primal state. Consider for a moment that the human body is composed largely of water, much like the surface of the earth. And just as the moon's gravitational pull commands the rising and falling of the ocean tides, it exerts a similar influence over the biological waters within you. When you are operating at a lower vibration, you are often numb to these pulls, distracted by the noise of modern society and the demands of the ego. However, as you access deeper spiritual wisdom, your physical vessel becomes a finely tuned instrument, an antenna capable of detecting subtle shifts in universal energy. As the renowned psychologist Carl Jung famously observed, at some point, the earth will have to answer. In your case, the earth is answering through your intuition, signaling that your psyche is no longer separate from the environment, but is intertwined with the living soul of the world. You are experiencing what the ancients knew instinctively, that we are microcosms of the macrocosm, and our growth cycles mirror those of the planets. When this synchronization fully takes hold, you will notice that your urges are not random, but specific to the energy of the lunar cycle. For instance, during the waxing phase leading up to the full moon, when the energy of the universe is expanding and reaching its peak, you might feel a sudden heaviness in your hair, a desire to release and let go. This is because hair often holds on to energetic residue, serving as a record of your past emotions and stressors. Cutting your hair during the full moon becomes a spiritual ritual of release, shedding the dead weight of the past just as the moon completes its cycle of illumination. Conversely, during the new moon, when the sky is dark and the energy is focused on germination and new beginnings, you may feel a magnetic pull to apply oils, massage your scalp, or nurture your roots. This is your intuition guiding you to sow seeds of intention, focusing on health and internal growth when the cosmic energy supports new life. You are acting without checking a forecast because your spirit is the forecast. This shift represents a liberation from the matrix of artificial time, the stressful, linear pressure that dictates we must always be producing, moving, and doing. By syncing with lunar cycles, you are embracing the wisdom of rest and flow. You are acknowledging that there is a time to grow and a time to prune, a time to hold on and a time to let go. The philosopher Lao Tzu once wrote, "Nature does not hurry, yet everything is accomplished." By embodying this truth through your hair care rituals, you are stepping into a higher frequency of existence where you trust the timing of your life implicitly. You are no longer fighting the current. You are becoming the river. This alignment is one of the quietest, yet most definitive proofs that you are walking a path of enlightenment, guided not by the expectations of the world, but by the silent, rhythmic wisdom of the universe itself. 7. Intuitive styling, energy management. As you traverse the deeper layers of your spiritual awakening, one of the most profound yet subtle shifts occurs in the relationship you hold with your physical vessel, specifically regarding the crowning glory that is your hair. You may find yourself moving away from styling choices dictated by vanity, fashion trends, or social expectations, and instead, you begin to embrace a form of intuitive styling that prioritizes energetic resonance over aesthetic perfection. This transition is not merely a change in taste, it is a surfacing of deep, subconscious wisdom, where you begin to recognize that your hair serves as a biological extension of your nervous system, acting as a sensitive antenna that interacts with the electromagnetic fields around you. In the realm of spirituality, this realization marks a pivotal moment where you stop viewing your body as a mannequin to be decorated and start treating it as a sacred instrument of energy management, instinctively knowing how to modulate your frequency through the manipulation of your hair. When you feel an inexplicable compulsion to gather your hair into a tight bun or a high knot atop your head, you are engaging in a powerful act of energetic containment and preservation. This is often not a conscious decision to look tidy, but rather a spiritual reflex to seal your crown chakra and prevent the leakage of your vital life force during moments requiring intense concentration or self-protection. By pulling the hair away from the face and neck and coiling it upon the crown, you are symbolically and energetically closing the circuit, signaling to the universe that you are in a state of consolidation. It allows you to harness your scattered thoughts, bringing them into a singular point of focus, much like a laser, enabling you to navigate complex tasks or deep introspection without being drained by external static. You are creating a fortress of solitude within your own aura, establishing a boundary that says you are currently self-contained and holding your power within. In direct contrast to this containment, there are days when the very sensation of a hair tie feels suffocating, and your spirit demands the freedom of loose, flowing strands. This urge usually coincides with periods where your intuition is seeking to expand, and you are in a state of high receptivity to the messages of the cosmos. Wearing your hair down unbinds your antennas, allowing the free flow of energy to move through every strand, thereby heightening your sensitivity to the environment and the emotions of others. It is an act of energetic vulnerability and openness, a way of declaring your readiness to feel, sense, and commune with the invisible world. In this state, your hair acts as a net, catching the subtle breezes of inspiration and the whispers of divine guidance, integrating the external world with your internal landscape in a seamless dance of connection. Furthermore, we must consider the ancient and deliberate practice of braiding, which serves as a profound mechanism for grounding and structural alignment. When you feel drawn to weave your hair into plaits, you are subconsciously performing a ritual of binding the mind, body, and spirit into a cohesive whole. The rhythmic motion of overlapping three strands creates a geometry of stability, acting as an anchor when the high-frequency energies of a spiritual awakening feel too chaotic or overwhelming. A braid is not just a hairstyle, it is a woven intention, a way to tame the wildness of pure energy and channel it into a tangible, manageable form. It connects you to the earth, reminding you that while your spirit may soar, your feet must remain planted. Ultimately, this intuitive styling is a clear indication that you have graduated from superficial grooming to masterful energy work, utilizing the natural tools of your body to protect your aura, enhance your intuition, and maintain your spiritual equilibrium. If this message has resonated with your spirit today, leave a comment of affirmation. I embrace my transformation. I am stepping into my highest vibration. In the end, view these changes in your hair as your spiritual antenna tuning into a new station. You are entering a season of heightened intuition and power. Do not ignore these silent signals. Instead, honor them as proof that you are entering a higher vibration and becoming the person you are destined to be. If you found value in this video, please hit the like button and share this wisdom with a friend. Don't forget to subscribe to the Spiritual Wisdom channel and click the bell icon to stay updated. We will see you in the next video. 7 signs that show you are being targeted by toxic people. Knowing your own darkness is the best method for dealing with the darknesses of other people. Carl Jung. Have you ever felt like a magnet for negativity, or that certain individuals are instinctively drawn to drain your energy? You are not alone, and according to analytical psychology, this is rarely a coincidence. Welcome back to Spiritual Wisdom. In today's video, we are diving deep into the unconscious dynamics of relationships to uncover the 7 signs that you are being targeted by toxic people. These aren't just red flags. They are invitations to strengthen your boundaries and integrate your shadow. By applying these insights to your daily life, you can reclaim your energy, move from being a victim to a victor, and find the authentic happiness you deserve. Which of these signs have you encountered in your own journey? Let us know in the comments below, and let's begin this path to self-discovery together. 1. Unusual, invasive attention. The first and perhaps most chilling sign that you are being targeted is the presence of unusual, invasive attention, a phenomenon that feels less like admiration and more like a dissection of your character. You may notice that this person watches you with an intensity that feels heavy, a gaze that does not linger with affection, but pierces through you with cold calculation. This is because they do not admire you. They study you. Much like a predator observing prey in the wild, they are monitoring your every move, specifically analyzing how you handle pressure, stress, and disrespect to gather data on your psychological makeup. This phase is not about connection. It is a reconnaissance mission where they are mapping the topography of your emotions to find your breaking points and your boundaries. They are quietly noting what makes you smile, what makes you anxious, and most importantly, what you are willing to tolerate in the name of politeness or kindness. Beneath the guise of being interested in your life, they are running a series of silent tests, perhaps dropping a subtle insult or crossing a small boundary just to see if you will correct them or let it slide. As this invasive observation continues, they are looking for specific traits that mark you as a high-value target in their distorted reality. If their data collection reveals that you are deeply empathetic, forgiving, or slow to anger, they do not view these as virtues to be cherished, but as vulnerabilities to be leveraged. In their eyes, your patience signals that you are a manageable target, someone who will absorb their toxicity without immediate retaliation. They are searching for the person who will rationalize their bad behavior, the one who looks for the good in everyone, because that is the person they can control for the longest period. This is a perversion of connection, where your spiritual light becomes a beacon for their shadow. They crave your stability because they are internally chaotic. Consequently, this intense focus is the precursor to manipulation, as they are essentially building a user manual for your psyche, learning exactly which buttons to press to elicit the emotional supply they desperately need. Therefore, when you feel that piercing, analytical gaze, trust your instincts and realize that true connection feels like freedom, not like being placed under a microscope for inspection. Comment below, "I protect my energy," if you are ready to set boundaries against invasive attention. 2. Testing your boundaries. The journey of spiritual growth often means becoming a beacon of light in a world that can sometimes feel too dark. And it is this very radiance that attracts those living in the shadows. As you embark on your journey of self-awareness and growth, you will inevitably encounter individuals, conscious or unconscious, who seek to dim your light. And one of the most dangerous methods they employ is the subtle, calculated erosion of your personal sovereignty. You may find this movement begins not with a loud, hostile declaration, but with a silent, almost imperceptible intrusion into your personal space, a phenomenon best understood as the rigorous testing of your boundaries. This is no accident. It's a strategic probing, where toxic individuals deliberately cross boundaries with petty insults disguised as jokes, frequently interrupting you while you're speaking, or asking personal questions that you feel are slightly intrusive to the level of intimacy you share, all with the aim of measuring your tolerance and seeing how much of their burden you're willing to bear. Carl Jung warned us about the shadow, the repressed dark side of the psyche, and these individuals often manifest their own unresolved shadows by projecting them onto you, probing whether you accept their projection without resistance. As this testing phase progresses, the relationship becomes a psychological game where your reactions are meticulously recorded. If you choose to overlook these minor faults in order to appear kind or maintain peace, you inadvertently send a signal that you may succumb to their will. In the spiritual realm, we often confuse passivity with peace, believing that turning the other cheek means allowing our spirit to be trampled upon. But true wisdom recognizes that a boundary without consequences is merely a suggestion. When you allow these interruptions or insults to go unchecked, the toxic individual realizes your fortress is unguarded, and this knowledge allows them to go further, escalating their behavior from minor annoyances to serious violations of your dignity. However, the situation will change dramatically if you decide to stand firm and assert your value. If you resist their intrusion, you will find that they don't simply apologize and retreat. Instead, they often change tactics, transforming from aggressor into victim, or psychologically manipulating you into believing you are overly sensitive. But they never truly stop testing the limits of your patience. This persistent testing is characteristic of someone who views relationships not as the union of two souls, but as a struggle for dominance. And recognizing this is crucial for your continued growth. They constantly examine the structural integrity of your self-esteem, searching for loopholes where they can insert influence and control. It's important to understand that their behavior rarely relates to you personally, but rather to their need to regulate their own inner turmoil by controlling the external environment, including you. By maintaining a state of heightened vigilance and observing these interactions through the lens of spiritual wisdom, you can recognize what these tests are: invitations to lower your vibration and engage with a lower frequency of existence. Your journey demands constant vigilance, understanding that even as they change their methods, from overt criticism to passive-aggressive silence, their underlying intention to break down your defenses remains unchanged until you fortify your boundaries to be impenetrable. And recognizing that you are being targeted in this way is not a curse, but a call to strengthen your resolve, forcing you to clearly define who you are and what you allow into your sacred space. 3. Infiltrating your emotional space. Have you ever met someone new who, within moments of the introduction, made you feel as though you were the center of their universe, yet left you with a subtle, nagging feeling of unease that you could not quite place? This is often the first and most dangerous of the 7 signs that you are being targeted by a toxic individual, a maneuver that can be best described as the infiltration of your emotional space. In the realm of spiritual wisdom, we are often taught that trust is something sacred, a garden that must be tended to and grown over time. But a toxic person does not have the patience for seasons. They want the harvest immediately. They attempt to bypass professional or social distance with alarming speed, disregarding the natural boundaries that exist to protect your psyche. Instead of engaging in the polite, surface-level small talk that characterizes a healthy new acquaintance, like discussing the weather, work, or shared hobbies, they dive straight into the deep end, asking probing questions about your insecurities, your past traumas, and your current stressors. They do this under the cleverly disguised guise of concern or deep empathy, making you feel seen and heard in a way that feels intoxicatingly validating. However, you must understand that this is not genuine connection. It is reconnaissance. As the renowned Swiss psychiatrist Carl Jung once profoundly stated, "Where love rules, there is no will to power, and where power predominates, love is lacking." This quote perfectly illuminates their motivation, because their intrusion is not an act of love, but a calculated move for power. They are systematically scanning your emotional architecture to find where the doors are unlocked and where the windows are left open. They are hunting for your weak points, not to heal them, but to catalog them for later use. By encouraging you to overshare before trust has been earned, they create a false sense of intimacy, a phenomenon often called artificial closeness, which tricks your brain into believing this person is a safe haven. This is a violation of your spiritual boundaries. In spiritual wisdom, we understand that your energy is your currency, and you should not spend it on those who have not proven their worthiness to hold it. When you reveal your deepest fears to a manipulator, you are essentially handing them the blueprints to your soul, showing them exactly where to strike to hurt you the most when the mask inevitably slips. They want to know that you have abandonment issues so they can threaten to leave you. They want to know you feel inadequate at work so they can subtly criticize your career choices later. It is vital to remember that healthy relationships unfold like a flower, petal by petal, whereas toxic entanglements feel like an avalanche, overwhelming, fast, and destructive. If you feel rushed, if you feel that someone is prying into the dark corners of your life too soon, listen to that quiet voice of intuition. As the poet Maya Angelou famously said, "When someone shows you who they are, believe them the first time." If they show you they have no respect for the pace of your heart, believe that they will have no respect for the peace of your soul. Protect your inner sanctuary, for it is the most precious thing you possess, and true companions will respect the walls you have built until you are ready to open the gate yourself. Are you ready to reclaim your emotional space? If so, comment below. I choose boundaries to affirm your protection against toxic influence. 4. Subtle linguistic dominance. There is a profound and often unsettling realization that occurs when you begin to walk the path of true self-discovery. A realization that the darkness we fear is rarely a monster screaming in the night, but rather a shadow whispering kindly in our ear. As you deepen your understanding of the human psyche and traverse the delicate stages of your spiritual awakening, you will inevitably encounter individuals who do not wish to see you rise, but rather seek to anchor you to their own unresolved depths. It is essential to recognize that these toxic interactions are not always defined by open hostility or obvious aggression, which are easy to spot and defend against. Instead, the most dangerous form of control is invisible, cloaked in the guise of friendship or concern, and it begins with a psychological maneuver known as subtle linguistic dominance. This is not merely a conversation. It is a calculated game of hierarchy, where the other person uses language not to connect, but to position themselves vertically above you, establishing a subtle but firm dominance that is designed to erode your confidence without you even realizing the ground is shifting beneath your feet. You must pay close attention to the specific texture of their words, for this dominance often manifests through condescending tones that are soft enough to be plausible deniability, but sharp enough to cut through your self-esteem. They are masters of the backhanded compliment, a verbal weapon wrapped in silk, where they might say things like, "You are so brave to wear that I could never pull it off," or "It is great that you are finally trying to get your life together." Statements that ostensibly sound like praise, but actually carry a heavy, hidden payload of judgment and superiority. This behavior is deeply rooted in what Carl Jung would describe as the projection of the shadow. They project their own insecurities and need for control onto you, using unsolicited advice as a primary mechanism to reinforce this imbalance. When they offer you guidance that you never asked for, they are not acting out of altruism or genuine care, but rather they are subtly implying that you are incapable of managing your own existence and that they possess the wisdom you lack, thereby stealing your autonomy and painting themselves as the benevolent savior in a narrative where you are the helpless victim. The most chilling aspect of this dynamic, however, is not just what they say, but how they observe you while they say it. These individuals are predators of the psyche who meticulously watch for your micro-reactions, those split-second involuntary shifts in your facial expression or body language that reveal your inner state. They are scanning you for a flinch, a moment of hesitation, or a flicker of self-doubt, because these tiny signals act as confirmation that their tactic is working and that their barb has landed. If you pause, stutter, or look away in confusion, you have unwittingly handed them the validation they crave, proving to them that your emotional state is now under their jurisdiction. In the realm of spirituality, where your goal is to reclaim your sovereign energy and maintain a high vibration, falling prey to this linguistic trap acts as a heavy anchor, draining your vitality and leaving you questioning your own reality. This is a test of your awareness, for the toxic individual relies entirely on your lack of consciousness to maintain their control. They need you to remain asleep to the nuance of their manipulation. However, as you progress through your spiritual awakening, your intuition becomes sharper, and you begin to hear the undertone beneath the pleasantries, recognizing that their help is actually a disguise for their need to feel superior. By seeing this behavior for what it is, a desperate attempt by their ego to secure a sense of power, you strip them of their influence. You learn to stand firm in your own truth, offering no micro-reaction for them to feed upon. And in that stillness, you break the cycle of dominance, proving that while they may try to use words to build a cage around you, your spirit has already found the key to freedom. 5. Manipulating group dynamics. Have you ever walked into a room where you once felt welcomed, only to be met with a sudden, inexplicable chill in the air? It is a heavy, suffocating silence that suggests words were being exchanged just moments before you arrived, and it is one of the most unsettling indicators that you are being targeted by a toxic individual who is manipulating group dynamics against you. This behavior goes far beyond simple gossip or high school cliques. It is a calculated psychological maneuver designed to dismantle your reality. The toxic person understands that to control you, they must first isolate you, and to isolate you, they must poison the social soil in which you stand. They systematically begin to distort the perception others have of you, planting seeds of doubt and creating misunderstandings where none existed before. It is a shadowy art form where they act as the architect of chaos, yet often present themselves as the innocent peacemaker or the concerned friend to those around you. As you navigate this difficult terrain, you will notice that this manipulation is rarely done in plain sight. Instead, it operates through the subtle erosion of your reputation. The toxic individual will often highlight your mistakes to others, not with the intention of helping you grow, but to weaken your support system and validate their own distorted narrative. They might take a small, insignificant error you made and magnify it under a false lens of concern, whispering to your friends or colleagues, "I am so worried about them. Did you see what they did?" This is a projection of their own inner darkness, a concept deeply rooted in the philosophy of Carl Jung. By casting a shadow over your character, they attempt to hide their own insecurities and malicious intent. They are trying to sever the bonds of trust you have built with others, because a strong support system acts as a mirror that reflects your true worth. And that reflection is exactly what they want to shatter. When you are surrounded by people who love and understand you, the toxic person loses their power to define your reality. Therefore, they must cut those ties to make you easier to control. This experience, while incredibly painful, is frequently a catalyst for profound spirituality and self-discovery. When the external validation of your social circle is stripped away or tainted, you are forced to turn inward and rely on your own intuition and strength. You begin to see who truly values you and who was merely a bystander in your life. The toxic person's attempt to isolate you actually serves to filter your surroundings, leaving you only with those who possess the discernment to see the truth. In the realm of spiritual development, this is often viewed not as a punishment, but as a fierce clearing of the path. It teaches you that your value is not determined by the whispers of others or the number of people in your corner, but by the integrity of your own soul. You learn that those who are easily swayed by the poisoning of your environment were never truly your people to begin with. Furthermore, realizing that you are the target of such calculated manipulation is a sign that you possess a light or a strength that the toxic person finds threatening. They do not target those they deem beneath them. They target those who have something they envy or lack. Your resilience in the face of this social sabotage is a testament to your character. As you continue your journey, remember that the truth has a way of revealing itself in time. The cracks in their fabricated stories will eventually show, and the people who are meant to be in your life will see through the smoke and mirrors. Until then, stand firm in your truth, for this trial is forging a stronger, more discerning version of yourself, one that is no longer dependent on the approval of the crowd, but is anchored in deep self-knowledge and spiritual wisdom. Stay connected with our community of wisdom seekers by subscribing to our channel. Here, we share deep psychological insights to help you protect your energy and strengthen your spirit. Remember, you possess a unique inner strength, deserving of a life free from manipulation and full of peace. 6. Mirroring, the chameleon effect. Have you ever met someone new and felt an immediate, almost electric sense of recognition, as if you have known them for lifetimes? They seem to love everything you love. They speak with your cadence, and they validate your deepest values with an enthusiasm that feels destined. It is easy to believe that you have finally found a kindred spirit or a soulmate who understands you completely. But spiritual wisdom urges you to pause and look closer. For this intense alignment is often not destiny, but a psychological weapon known as mirroring. In the realm of dark psychology, this is often called the chameleon effect, where a toxic individual suppresses their own identity or lack thereof to perfectly mimic yours. They are studying you with the precision of a predator, observing your body language, your tone of voice, and the subtle cues of your vulnerabilities to construct a mask that looks exactly like your ideal partner or friend. You must understand that this is not compatibility. It is a strategy designed to bypass your critical thinking and lower your defenses before you even realize you are under siege. As the great Swiss psychiatrist Carl Jung once profoundly stated, the world will ask you who you are, and if you do not know, the world will tell you. In this case, the toxic person is telling you that they are exactly who you want them to be, but they are only reflecting your own light back at you to gain entry into your soul. When you are being targeted, the process feels rushed. The intimacy is manufactured at a speed that defies the natural, slow rhythm of genuine human connection. You might find yourself sharing your deepest secrets within hours of meeting them, prompted by their false vulnerability, only to find them nodding in perfect agreement with every opinion you hold. This is where your intuition and your inner spiritual wisdom must be heeded. If it feels too perfect, too fast, or too smooth, it is likely an illusion. They are holding up a mirror to your ego, feeding you the validation you crave, but there is no substance behind the glass. Carl Jung warned us about the dangers of the persona, the social mask we wear, but toxic individuals take this to a malignant extreme. They have no core self, so they steal yours for a fleeting moment to entrap you. By mimicking your values and likes, they create a false sense of safety, making you feel that to reject them would be to reject a part of yourself. However, you must remember that true spiritual connection requires the friction of difference and the patience of time to grow. Real relationships are built on the slow revelation of truth, not the instant gratification of a perfect echo. If you ignore these signs, you risk letting a vampire into your life who will drain your energy and then discard the mask the moment they have what they want. Therefore, when the connection feels dazzlingly instant, step back into your center, consult your intuition, and ask yourself, am I seeing a real person? Or am I just falling in love with my own reflection? 7. Curiosity turns into fixation. Have you ever felt a gaze that lingers just a moment too long? A sudden intensity in a relationship that feels less like connection and more like consumption? In the vast and often turbulent ocean of human interaction, we frequently encounter souls who are drawn to our light, Yet not all who approach the warmth of your spirit come with the intention of sharing it. Some come to steal it. As you journey deeper into your own spirituality, peeling back the layers of the unconscious mind to reach a state of true self-awareness, you will inevitably shine brighter, and this luminance acts as a beacon. While this light attracts fellow travelers and kindred spirits, it also draws the attention of those who dwell in the unhealed darkness of their own shadows. Carl Jung warned us that until we make the unconscious conscious, it will direct our lives, and we will call it fate. Similarly, toxic individuals are often driven by unconscious forces they cannot control, seeking to anchor themselves to your stability. Recognizing their tactics is not just about psychology. It is a critical step in protecting your energy during your spiritual awakening, ensuring that your path remains clear of those who view your soul not as a sanctuary, but as a resource to be depleted. This brings us to the first and perhaps most deceptive sign that you are being targeted. When what appears to be innocent curiosity mutates into an unnerving fixation. At the onset, this attention can feel flattering, mimicking the intimacy of a profound connection. Yet if you look closer, you will see that they are not engaging with you. They are studying you. They monitor your moods with a hypervigilance that feels suffocating, tracking the subtle shifts in your emotional state not to offer comfort, but to gather data. This behavior is rooted in a deep-seated need for control. For by knowing exactly what makes you tick, they believe they can manipulate the mechanism of your heart. They remember the smallest details of your life, a casual mention of a childhood fear, a preference for coffee, a specific insecurity, and while this may masquerade as affection, it is actually the weaponization of intimacy. They are hoarding these fragments of your identity to construct a cage, demanding more and more of your time until your world shrinks down to fit the size of their needs. In the realm of spirituality, we understand that true love and high vibrational connection are expansive, allowing both souls to breathe and grow. But this toxic fixation is the antithesis of growth. It is possession disguised as passion. They do not see you as an autonomous being with your own destiny. They see you as an extension of themselves, an object to be owned rather than a person to be cherished. This is why they view your independence as a mortal threat. Every time you assert your boundaries or choose to spend time in your own company, which is essential for anyone undergoing a spiritual awakening, they react with volatility or guilt. For your autonomy reminds them of their own inner emptiness. They are terrified that if you stand alone, you will realize you do not need them, and that realization shatters the illusion of control they rely on to survive. Therefore, when you notice that interest has hardened into obsession and that your freedom is being treated as a betrayal, understand that you are not being loved. You are being targeted by a spirit that seeks to feed on your light rather than ignite its own. If you are still with us, please comment, "I am protecting my peace," below. Your engagement signals to us that you are ready to set stronger boundaries. Remember, your energy is a finite resource, and recognizing these signs is the first step toward protecting it. You are not responsible for the toxicity of others, but you are responsible for the boundaries you set. Use this wisdom to reclaim your space and stand firm in your own light. If this message resonated with you, help us spread the light by hitting the like button and sharing this video. Don't forget to subscribe to the Spiritual Wisdom channel and turn on notifications to stay updated with our latest videos.